maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
直接拔掉了，拉下光卡，拿到一个游侠的位置很完美，还有吗？
まずはタロンが一本選手。
KFU were able to come back from a great response.
하루가 결승을 진출합니다.
球球一砸带走。
당연히도 이거 역전. 아하.
东北五冠王朝 NOVA 战队。
そして3発。
Welcome everyone to Clash Royale League East Special Season Week 4?
Yes.
That's close enough.
Come on.
My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef. Today we are in for some excellent Clash Royale. But G-Clef, how's it been hanging?
Seriously good. It's been good. I mean, the meta has been very much settled into Graveyard, and few others. I think I summed up the meta pretty well there.
You missed Goblin Hut.
Oh yeah, that too. And well, Elixir Golem in terms of playlist in CRL, not too many anymore. So I was expecting that to go on until this weekend. Let's see. We have a lot of matches, Well, we had 2 days a week. Now we're starting on Friday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Sunday we got an extra match too. So it should be a lot of fun and a lot of games for you guys to watch. If you haven't tuned into any of games previously, well, just by watching this weekend, your weekend is going to be gone.
Yeah, this is 10 different matches, 3 days. I'm expecting most of them to go 2-1 because all these teams are very, very close. There's a little bit of a divide, I would say, between like
the top 2 and top 3, I would say.
Top 3 and then the bottom 3. And then that middle group is kind of congested. It's very packed in that middle section. So anyone can make it to the winner's bracket after this weekend. Anyone could drop down into that loser's bracket. Remember, this time round, every team goes to the playoffs, and there it will be double elimination, best of 5.
Yeah, this weekend will be the last weekend of the regular season, and then we take a short break, a weekend break, and then the week after we go right into the playoffs. So that's gonna be the cool part. Some teams playing one more compared to the other teams, like WDJM only playing 4, with a record of 4-0. Some teams having 5 matches already, so still the standing can be very different by the end of this weekend, so you better tune into all the games. It's gonna be wild.
Yeah, 25% of the games have Graveyard in it. As a win condition spell, that is insane. 40% pick rate on the Poison as well. That's a very high number. But look at the win rates. 50, 40, 60% on log. What was it in like 10 games? Appeared in 6? I don't know. All right. Popular cards for the non-spells. Baby Dragon is number 1. It is nearly everywhere. Goblin Hut is
But the
there
win
too.
rate is actually not as high as weeks ago. So
yeah, well, if both players bring Baby Dragon, it's got a 50% win rate, right? Because it wins and loses at the same time.
Yeah,
so
but it does a little less. Whatever. But still, the Knight, which pairs up really well with the Graveyard. Plus, well, we had some other interesting decks, like the Motor decks, that had Knights in it. So we might be seeing some wild decks that has been on top of the ladder within the last week. I think there are some chances that this weekend is going to bring out something else than all the graveyard and the Elixir Golem decks we have been seeing too many times.
Yeah, and we have the standings up on the screen. WEDGM 4-0 at the top, and they look unbeatable. Today's matches, we have Team Timing versus Kicks. That's going to be an incredible matchup. Vav versus TTG, another incredible matchup. And WEDGM versus Ponos, first versus 8th.
Yes, and
Ponos need to get into gear. They have not had the greatest of seasons thus far. What can we say about What can we say about Ponos' season that hasn't already been said? It's a bit of a disaster.
oh, it's a total disaster because they're dead last in the standings. Initially we thought they were going to be doing a lot better than where they are right now. And their roster actually has a lot of potential having KK. I think that was one of the best addition to the team from the Japanese squad. But still yet to see. Yep, even from King of the Hill. Couldn't really show like a 3-0 from KK.
Yeah.
And also Rakin Jones, Rad. They're trying hard, but the results has been just maybe a win but not actually rolling into 2 wins or 3 wins. In King of the Hill, I think that was one of the biggest reasons. And the triple draft, so far, not really having their style. I thought they would also have some creativity and had take less time to adjust to the new mode. But compared to all the other teams, they're struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, a lot of the teams have kind of figured out who their triple draft player is by now. Like Kicks, Benzer apparently remembers every card in every option.
Every single card.
Every single option. And he's found his place. He has dominated triple draft. His 1v1 in King of the Hill, not so good. But compared that to his triple draft, it's insane.
Yeah, I think every team by now should have number 1 and 2. This deck goes for triple draft and also 1v1 ace player.
Yep, we're going to get into Team Timing versus Kicks relatively soon. 2-3-3-1. 20% King of the Hill win rate for Team Timing, 50% for Kicks.
Here comes Team Sado! Yes, that's right. I've said it. That's basically... Well, we had that incredible match. A single man starting and finishing all by himself.
Yeah. It was what we kind of envisioned the future to be super hard to do, and one player did it with it by week 2. And just Team Sado dominated. But Team Timing themselves isn't just Sado. Haruki is pretty good. Nuri has been up there. Greed has been like a solid player for such a long time. But then you look at Kicks, key player, Legend, 0 win rate in everything. This is a former World's champion right there. Legend won it with Nova in 2018, and
it's been some time. It's been some time, and so far, because Kicks, not just Legend, they have him as a key player, but there are lots of players who actually has been doing a lot better, like Onion, as we have talked a lot. Ice Law is really becoming the key, and you mentioned again, Benzer kicking in hard with the new engine in the triple draft. I think that's what makes Kicks a lot stronger than before.
Yeah, look at the win rate for Benzer, 1-4 in King of the Hill in terms of games. And then you contrast that with someone like Sado, who's 7-4. I mean, it's not the greatest. You don't want to lose 4 games, but it means that he has played considerably more than everyone else on this screen right now.
Yep.
11 games he has played.
Oh yeah, if you keep on winning, I mean, you have to play more games.
Yeah, I know, but that's a sign, you know, that
it's
the
a good
ball
sign.
Keeps rolling for Sado.
It's a good sign, and some players do have that. If their momentum doesn't stop, like the game just gets better as they play more on stage. I think that was the match with Sado, and well, are we actually going to start with Sado and Legend?
Yeah, it looks like we are going to start with Sado and Legend. Look at Sado, 71.4% game win rate, and Legend sitting down there with not very good numbers. Look at the elixir cost distribution though, 50-50 for Legend. That's because he has played, I believe, 2 games by now. And, you know, Sado has played a lot, so the distribution is a lot more accurate for him. Whereas for Legend, it's not as accurate because there is a small sample size. So we're going to get into this game with Legend in red at the top and Sado in blue at the bottom. Legend, last time out, did play Hog Earthquake. Sado has played pretty much everything, but he has kind of used that Goblin Giant Sparky deck plus the Graveyard. So we're going to have to see what we're going to get into.
Yeah, Sado's Goblin Giant Sparky. And he has been practicing lots of Sparky Rage on top, even without the Elixir Golem. So we'll see if that Rage comes in from Sado at all.
Yeah, we do see Bandit from Legend, so possibly... It's hard to tell. What kind of deck?
Even with the minor Skeleton Barrel, you do have the Bandit.
Yeah.
Oftentimes these days, so you can sort of predict in that way. Also has some potential instead of the Wall Breakers this time.
So Wall Breaker cycle deck from Legend, looking at it, relatively low costs right now. So he's going to be trying to get the most value out of those Wall Breakers and that Rascal. And there is the Sparky from Sado. So it's going to be Goblin Giant Sparky most likely versus Wall Breakers with that Mega Knight there. Oh, Bandit charges through the dash there. But it does survive. Sparky is still going. Put a Musketeer in the back. Let's see what's going to go.
Yeah, still against the Mega Knight. It's pretty good. So, and Sado expected a minor to come for the Sparky. So had that Musketeer set up long ways. But for Legend, not a super bad matchup, I would say. Even though Sparky will be a problem for that Mega Knight, but it's going to be mostly for defense. And depending on how well Legend can actually use that Bandit, with the dash, you can sort of sneak into the other side when you have some Elixir advantage, along with the Wall Breakers.
Yeah, so using the Wall Breakers here to distract, unless anything touches that Wall Breaker, it will connect there. That's a kind of big hit, and there is the Goblin Giant, and minions played from both players.
Yeah, Sado has to drag and use that Goblin to actually, in a way, to use the Sparky. Basically, what you have to do is keep those HP alive.
Doesn't have anything to distract.
Oh, he reached the tower right before the spawn.
Mega Knight didn't come in at the right time, and that Sparky connected to the tower, taking it out. That's gonna hurt for Legend. He has a hill to climb at this point.
Yeah, 14 seconds, more than 1,000 HP on the left bottom. He needs both Wall Breakers plus dash and more damage from the Bandit.
Well, he was gonna try and go for it, but it doesn't look like he's gonna make it. 2-1, not enough damage. Sado takes game 1. Was that an even matchup? Or was the advantage heavily in Sado's favor?
I honestly thought Legend, over the time, if Legend's defense could have been a little more timed against the Sparky, even though he was going to take some damage, not some, a little bit, maybe about 1,000, a little less than 1,000 from the Goblin Giant. Still, the Sparky shot, that's gotta be disappointing for Legend.
Yeah, that is a big game changer. Like, if you look at it, that was great lining to get rid of the E-Wiz. But if you look at it, like, he has all the tools. He has the E-Wiz, he has the Zap.
Sparky locks onto the Bandit.
Yeah, he had the Sparky. He had the Zap. He had the E-Wiz, so he had the tools to deal with Sparky. However, one mistake, not getting that Mega Knight down quick enough, or not putting another distraction card so it didn't lock onto the Bandit and the tower. Cost him the game. I think you're right. I think Legend had an advantage. He just didn't defend very well in that one push.
Yeah, Mega Knight actually came down at the right time, but because the Bandit was actually one tick closer compared to the Princess Tower, if without the Bandit, I don't think the Sparky got a shot onto the tower. Instead, it was going to be blocked by that Mega Knight, but because of that Bandit, oh, that hurts a lot. For a Sparky shot to the tower, that's GG.
Yeah, well, we are going to be changing Legend out for Onion here. Onion has played Royal Giant. He's played Elixir Golem. He's had quite a varied deck selection. So it's going to be difficult to see what he's going to play this week? Because I don't think he played last week.
And so far Sado starting to roll on his own. Even though, honestly, I thought against such a even with the Mega Knight, which is a defensive tool, you just need to get that rolling, because Legend was certainly starting his own attack onto the left side with the wall breaker, sometimes even the bandit getting some dashes. Yeah, against the Dark Prince, which is actually a great defensive tool, but against the miner plus the wall breakers and the bandit, it was going to be a hard use of defense with his own set of cards that Sado had. So maybe without that big mistake, I think Legend could have had that. So it keeps on happening. As a team for kicks,
little mistakes from not Islaw in this King of the Hill has cost kicks quite a few victories, I would say, in King of the Hill. This time, it's hard to really put blame down there. It looked like it was in time, but it just was half a second too slow, maybe, or just didn't have the elixir at the right time. But maybe he should have gone with something a little bit cheaper to try and stop it, try and cycle back to that Ewiz.
Oh no, I think Ewiz was just eliminated from the lightning. Maybe it was coming back to his hand right after the bandit and the Mega Knight.
2 cards, but he did have a relatively cheap cycle. He did play wall breakers as well, so probably 1 card. So there could have been that cycle opportunity to get it down. But yeah, Legends is gone. Down to Onion.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, Sado starts his own role and kicks so far. If I remember correctly, their King of the Hill was actually decent. Their triple draft was actually the main problem in terms of match results.
For who?
For kicks.
Kicks is the opposite. Triple draft is their strongest. King of the
Oh,
Hill
at the very beginning.
Oh, at the very beginning.
At the very beginning.
So that first game they played WEDGM. So that was a rough week. And then the second week they beat Nova, and who was the other team they played? They played Nova, and I think it was Talon. And they beat those 2 teams, and yeah, they got that King of the Hill ball rolling. Islaw has been an absolute revelation for kicks. He can just come in at any point when it comes to this King of the Hill and just close it down for them. But kicks are behind 1-0. Sado took game 1, who's in blue at the bottom, and Onion in red at the top, replacing his teammate Legend in this King of the Hill. Okay, so both players bringing out the bandits. What are we expecting to see? It's been
just been a card that can actually trick a lot of your opponents, and if you can get those dashes through, it's one of the greatest tools.
Yeah, Inferno Dragon from Sado.
Sado going back to his oldie.
The old days. All right, so Musketeer and Inferno Dragon, both players pretty much showing exactly the same stuff. Yes, Snowball and Goblins, but the crux seems to be the same. And there is a Mega Knight and another Mega Knight from Sado.
Yep. I think you're really just waiting for the right time to have that crit spam going to cancel that dash charge, but still taking too much damage. That's slow onto the Mega Knight.
Watching the Mega Knight move that slow is almost painful. Sado took massive amounts of damage there that he just didn't. I don't know if he didn't have anything to play around it, like to support that defense. It's triple spell for Sado.
Yeah, I think because Sado's bandit actually fell right before that, was trying to eat the cycle by just taking some more damage. But even with that, Sado cannot really control his own cycle too well. Took a little bit too much compared to what he wanted.
Well, I mean, ideally you would take 0 damage. So right now, what is that last card that Sado is holding on to? In your opinion, do you think it's going to be...
Yeah,
there you go, Ram Rider. So it is a Ram Rider.
It's the same with the different spell. Oh, it is the lightning with Onion.
Yeah, and that's going to be good. But that Inferno Dragon connects, and that gets a couple of 100 damage in. But can Onion defend here? The Mega Knight comes in to stop the other Mega Knight, but that Ram Rider is going to connect that charge onto the tower, and the Bandit on the right connects as well. And again, a Hog Rider just, a Ram Rider does way too much damage.
Which was actually not too bad for Onion either. Okay, I think he's just willing to eat this jump. He knows that his wind condition relies a lot more onto the right side.
Bandit doesn't get the dash in this time. Good lightning down by Onion to clean up that lane. And that's a very healthy Inferno Dragon coming down. The Bandit's charge interrupted by Onion on that left, on that top right. Will we get any extra damage? We are down to sudden death. Next tower wins.
Yeah, by Sado actually forcing a lot of his attack to the left side with that lightning was okay until now. But if Onion charges up that lightning, I think that will be the key.
All that extra little bits of damage is going to help take down that tower. There's arrows as well, and that's another very healthy Inferno Dragon here from Onion. Obviously doesn't get to the tower, but it's just slowing things down, and it's a sign of the times. It's a sign that Onion is in complete control. You never want to have an Inferno Dragon cross that tower and get near your tower.
Yeah, 2 lightning, that will be it. You need to save the log, and even maybe a snowball against that Ram Rider. Sado keeps his defense pretty well.
Sado's got a very scary push coming in here. There's the Mega Knight, jumps onto the Bandit. Onion isn't going to be able to defend, eats the Bandit charge, and that Inferno Dragon, the lightning has to come out. Otherwise that tower would have been dead, but that has turned the tides of this game. The Ram Rider connects, the poison is down, the log comes in, and suddenly Onion has lost complete control of this game.
But not yet, the Ram Rider still does come. There's that slow, but still with the speed, and Snowball does not connect to the target, and that's going to be a charge and a win for Onion. That Snowball, even with that, I think still with the dash and the amount of troops coming after the wave, I think Onion just had it with another lightning that could have been the game too.
Yeah, Onion connecting onto that tower there, it was getting close. It was looking like it might have just started to slip out of Onion's fingers, but Onion did manage to close it down, and Onion takes the victory.
Yeah, I think the real key here was the lightning, having a big tool. Of course, when you have the Ram Rider, you don't really expect this kind of a mirror matchup in this meta these days. Not too many times, at least the building. So you do bring that poison or the lightning, and in this case, Onion, because the lightning can actually take a lot of those small units like the Musketeer and the Bandit. I think Sado underestimated the power of lightning.
Yeah, I mean, poison. Going for poison is a very safe choice, I'd say. It's one of the more powerful spells, but then supporting that with the log and the snowball. Do you think that maybe having log snowball together like this was a bad decision in this deck?
I mean, if you go against like triple spell these days, you can't say no. You always have to take a risk, and you take less risks by having 3 spells instead of 2. But because Onion was able to provide some more defense, with those 2 spells having lightning and arrow plus the goblins instead of the trooper spell, I think in terms of this matchup, yeah, Onion had a lot in favor. And also that snowball miss at the end, it was because of the slow from the Ram Rider. If it wasn't for that slow, I think it hits the Ram Rider 100%. A slight miscalculation on Sado's side.
Yeah, so we're going to get into Onion versus Haruki. Now, Haruki hasn't played that many games this season. He has played 3 Musketeers with the Royal Hogs, which wasn't a particularly successful deck early on in this tournament, but we've seen on in Grand Challenge that it has started to basically signal the revival of the 3 Musketeers card, because it hasn't been popular for quite some time.
Yes, until this month, basically, yeah. And especially on the top level or the pro level play, but still in CRL, I don't think it has too many wins, even in and it doesn't come out in triple draft, so.
Yeah, I think it's had, if memory serves, I think it's won once.
Out of like 5 or 6.
Yeah. Because the Japanese teams do kind of they do like that deck. Like Three Musketeers is a very
It's a very popular card in Japan overall compared to all the other region.
yeah. So could we see some more Three Musketeers?
I want to see not the Royal Hogs, the real Hog 2.3, fake Hog 2.3 with instead of a Musketeer with a 3 Musketeer. That actually has been having pretty good win rate for Grand Challenge.
All right, so we look at the player data. One game played for Haruki, 0% win rate, so he did lose 0-1. And Onion is over 50%, has that 60% win ratio. Choosing the 3.4 to 4.0 decks has occasionally gone a little bit above that, but nothing too major. But the last time that Haruki played, it was a very, very heavy deck with that 3 Musketeers and the Royal Hogs.
Yeah, we'll see. Haruki, known as a little bit heavier deck player, but in this meta, those heavier decks has been losing quite a lot of games. Except for the few specified golden players that we see.
Yeah, like Peas. Alright, so we do have Goblins coming down from Onion, who is in red at the top of the screen. And a Goblin HUD, not so surprising in this meta, from Haruki. Team timing in blue at the bottom. Bandits just going to enjoy having a quick dash across the arena there.
Yeah, with another Goblin HUD Ice Wizard. Is it just going to be the regular Graveyard that we see? Baby Dragon Poison Tornado? Or, so for Onion, and does he actually keep
it is looking like the same Ram Rider deck, yep. So good Tornado, just distracting everything there, pulling it back, finishing it up. Mega Knight does
nice
get
arrow
jump.
timing.
Yeah.
Getting all those Sphere Goblins too. Still takes the Goblin hits.
Yeah, eating a lot of damage, eating 700 damage on that bottom left-hand tower.
That's nasty.
Just from 2 Elixir, that's kind of bad. I mean, obviously there's the 7 Elixir Mega Knight there taking for them, but
yes.
From such a small support unit, taking that much damage does really hurt Haruki at this point. And is he going to be able to defend here? It is looking like Haruki is going to be playing that Graveyard deck that we see all so often.
Which is actually not too bad for Onion to defend. He has arrows and also Mega Knight plus the Musketeer.
Yeah, and the Goblins.
Yeah, against Poison, or just highest percentage Poison Graveyard, last 2 card for Haruki. So Onion has a lot of tools, a lot of different supporting cards that are also good against Poison. That can eliminate a whole lot of skeletons.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see when that Graveyard timing is going to come out from Haruki.
And Onion's chipping in Lightning if it's the same. Okay, that's another great timing.
Really good. We have a very healthy Mega Knight who is going to go down to the tower, unfortunately. It was very healthy. It was,
oh, yes.
was very healthy.
In past tense, yes.
All right, Bandit's going to charge into the Knight here. Good catch on the Knight. Mega Knight played at the back for Onion, trying to just slow down the tanks crossing the bridge for Haruki, but it might be Graveyard time. Not right now.
Yeah, he's chipped in a little too much damage with the Lightning. I think Haruki has to start, but he's not really finding his offensive timing right.
Yeah, he can't really get his foot into this and get enough HP across the bridge to tank for that Graveyard. And we have the Bandit charging in against the Goblins, Musketeer in the back.
Yeah, Haruki has been spending a little too much elixirs against all the spam, and so even with this, he can't really set up his own.
He's going to try maybe with the Barbarian Barrel. No? Okay.
But still, if you have one good push with the Graveyard, you can basically take the tower down if you have just one solid, really good push. But that has to be, I feel like that has to come with a big mistake from Onion's side, though. And so far, there has been none.
Yeah, Onion is playing great offense here. He is just piling on the pressure. And finally, Haruki gets some damage into a tower, but there's only 1 minute and 25 seconds left.
And at the bottom, because of the Lightning, most of the damage has been chipped in. Only 7 of 4 remaining on that tower on the bottom. Finally, the Graveyard, but nothing over the bridge because of bridge spam.
Yeah, great Mega Knight there, just denying the tanks from crossing over and eating the damage from the Princess Tower, and that was shut down with next to no effort. Haruki has a very hard matchup. Is he going to be able to do it? It doesn't look like he will at all. Struggling to get damage down.
That lightning basically secures the game with Onion again. Arrows, again, at the perfect time, like that. Really good against the HUD. The main problem dealing with the HUD was that, okay, the spears, they're okay, but the final 3 at the end, do I really have to use an extra elixir for that or not? But Onion, because of arrows, he has been chipping in some damage to the tower, over 100 at a time, plus getting the last bits of HP on the HUD and the spear goblins that spawns right after.
Yep. So he did have the tornado Haruki. So he could have tried to maybe pull units closer to the Princess Tower when playing that graveyard.
I think Haruki was basically stuck on what he had. Okay, I have the regular graveyard with Knight. I can only defend 2. So there were some chances where Haruki could have spent less elixir with the Bar Barrel. But because you're using Bar Barrel as a super defensive mode on your own side, you can't really, unless you get those Baby Dragon over the board, you have no chance of just using a naked graveyard against Onion's deck.
So far, Onion has played the same deck twice. He has played this Ram Rider Mega Knight deck. Has beaten a Ram Rider Mirror, which we rarely get to see. Has beaten Graveyard. Now, if you're the last player on Team Timing, what are you going to try to bring?
Nuri? Minor Balloon? I think that's your best bet.
Minor Balloon? But you got the Ram Rider, so you can shut down the balloon.
Ram Rider on your own? Copy that and play it better. There's also a chance, and actually not crazy bad with the wall breakers either. I think Nuri, because Nuri has been playing just all over the meta, playing absolutely so many different decks. Yep. There's another different version of Bridge Spam with the Ram Rider, and you can also sort of have the Royal Hogs, which is actually not too bad if you can split okay.
What about Hog Rider Earthquake?
No, Hog Rider Earthquake is okay. I thought of that for a second, but against the Ram Rider timing, or if your Hog is just slowed down a little too much, you will be running into basically no win condition. I think having a building against Onion is crucial, but his lightning and not the earthquake, the arrow timing has been really good. So the Goblin HUD is basically out of the question. Maybe just the bomb tower plus the regular. It's a hard question. What kind of deck do you actually bring in?
But you would assume that Onion would change his deck. For
maybe just the
third?
double barrel. I think double barrel is actually not crazy bad.
Like something a bit quicker that could outcycle the Mega Knights and the Ram Rider. I could see that. We don't see that Nuri has played that many decks of that style, though. He has played the Bomb Towers. He's played. He played the Minor Loon deck. Minor Loon with the P.E.K.K.A. Musketeer.
He played Lava Miner too, so he really likes a lot of air units compared to all the other Korean players. But at a timing like this, where Onion already played the Ram Rider twice.
Yeah. You would assume that he wouldn't go for it a third time. You would assume as a player he would change his deck in this third spot, but then Onion could counter it and just play the same deck a third time in a row. Yeah. You haven't dealt with it with one deck. You didn't deal with it with a Ram Rider. You didn't deal with it with a Graveyard. Why don't we see what you can deal with it this time around?
I think that's a good question. And Onion still is not the last player for kicks. He's still got Ice Law on his back. So I think it's good to try the same deck 3 times. Not too bad, actually. AUK has done it a couple of times.
Yeah,
Onion can be the next player.
AUK is very well known for that. But we have Nuri in blue at the bottom of the screen and kicks Onion in red at the top. Onion on an absolute tear right now, beating both Sado and Haruki. Can he get through Nuri? And we do have.
And then you bring the Goblin HUD
and the Baby Dragon.
Or you can still have the Goblin HUD with the Mega Knights. That's also a chance.
Could be anything right now. Like, these cards appear in a lot of decks. It could be Graveyard, Dark Prince. Does that narrow it down for you, G-Clef?
I think Nuri still got another Graveyard with the Skeleton Musketeer. Yeah, which also, yeah, bring in, I think it's a 3.5 Graveyard for Nuri, and for Onion with the Dark Prince. Let's see, you can still have archers or musketeers. So I'm looking at this as a graveyard mirror basically.
It is looking that way. There are a lot of tanks on both sides. There is a Baby Dragon that basically confirms that it is going to be graveyard from Nuri as well. So graveyard mirror match. How do you take a victory in a graveyard mirror match?
Well, early poison, that's always a good sign. Earlier poison, you chip in more damage. If you can get anything cross, or even some Spear Goblin damage, that's a great sign for you.
How do you feel about Goblin Hut Graveyard versus Barbarian Hut Graveyard? Because I really prefer the Barbarian.
Oh, for Graveyard, it's certainly okay. It has a spot, but for this timing, it's a little too expensive. So there's that Barb Hut. Not getting caught by the Princess initially. Now it does.
Yep. First Graveyard of the game going to Nuri, but not much damage. And the Spear Goblins from Onion have actually managed, and the Poison have got a lot of damage down on that bottom left-hand tower.
Yeah.
Dark Prince here, and the Graveyard.
And the Knight on the left.
Yep.
And so Nuri, in a panic mode, has to use defensive poison, and in a mirror match, another defensive poison may actually lose you the game.
1-2 hits from the Musketeer there as well. 18-37 on that bottom right tower. 15-14 on the bottom left. Nuri is in a bit of a bad spot. He's struggling
those goblins
again to get across the bridge. Can he get anything tanky enough across the bridge to slap down a useful graveyard?
So the big problem for Nuri is that he started his graveyard on the right, but the main problem because of those huts, he has to use the poison on the left instead. And so far, not really finding his own chance to actually defend well.
Going for the graveyard on the right, and there's the snowball. Came a little bit late, but there is the Musketeer right underneath the timer that I couldn't see. And 1906 remain on there. Well defended by Onion, but Nuri might be getting ready to load up again, this time on the left-hand side. There is a lot here to defend, though.
Yeah, Nuri says, okay, I've got to take the hut with the poison, or it's going to be even harder for me to actually defend. I'm losing a lot more than what I'm trading. And Onion certainly has already won this battle, I think.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Nuri here. The Baby Dragon crosses the bridge. There's the graveyard. There's the poison. It's going to start slowly ticking down. It is looking very, very rough here for Nuri. If he can pull back into this one, it would be an absolute miracle.
And at this rate, with Onion playing these kind of games, I don't think there's a chance that he makes these kind of big mistakes. One graveyard can change a lot. Oh, but I think that snowball and the Dark Prince basically sealing every condition for Onion for a win.
And it is spawner madness here when we get 2 Goblin Huts going down. There is another graveyard coming down now for Nuri. And
finally a poison that hits the hut along with the Musketeer. Now Nuri's getting some poison trading value. But I think, let's see if it's a little too late. Only 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Nuri. He is trying desperately to hang on here. The Baby Dragon and the Knight trying to cross the bridge. There is the Barbarian Barrel as well to take the Princess Tower aggro. Musketeer played. But look at this. Damage is getting done. Offensive poison from Nuri. Is this going to be it? The Dark Prince doesn't connect to the tower. 4:30, and suddenly, just like that, Nuri's in the lead.
Yeah, with 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4. It's ticking down. Let's see the skeleton damage on top. Defended with a snowball, and that's just enough for Onion to take the win. 3 in a row for kicks.
Yeah, Onion closing out this King of the Hill. Graveyard mirror match for the final set there. Well played by Onion, but he was in control for so long, and it looked as though Nuri might just come in and nick it at the last second.
Yeah, that's the power of Graveyard. If you miss few skeletons, And if they lock onto the tower for 2-3 hits, that's hundreds of damage in a matter of seconds. And if there are more than just a few skeletons, I mean, talk about the entire tower basically going down from a single graveyard. So Nuri waited for a long time. And yeah, the graveyard on the right, yeah, not just the snowball defense. I think Nuri was trying to find the time. Okay, I might actually do like 1,000 damage if I put the graveyard right now on the right side, but Onion kept this defense really well.
Yeah, how do you feel about the Dark Prince over the Knight and Snowball over the Bar Barrel?
Yeah, it's a good change. It's a good change where Onion, I think he's concerned a little bit more, not just on those skeletons, but also against all the bridge spam decks that you can actually push it back like the log. Like the Bar Barrel has a different set. It can eliminate a lot of skeletons and those goblins, and also has a really good role on the graveyard deck. But the Dark Prince in terms of defensive mode and against the poison, it serves a pretty good role too.
Do you think the Dark Prince and Snowball shows that Onion knew that Nuri was going to be playing Graveyard, or do you think? Yeah, I think it is a
most
predictive,
likely,
right?
Yeah, most likely. I think that came into real chance. And just looking at another graveyard set, there are some Archer variant instead of the Musketeer with that graveyard. What Onion brought to the game just now, and you can also have the Bomb Tower. And also, there's another variant with the Mega Minion too instead of minions, because you basically know against the poison your minion's basically just going to melt in a defensive mode. So instead you have the Dark Prince and the Mega Minion to defend against the poison, which survives for a pretty long time, and then you can build your own stack of Wave with the graveyard. So that's another variant type instead of the Knights, which I like a little more personally.
Well, we are going to be getting into triple draft between Team Timing and Kicks. And just looking at the numbers here, I'm going to say it's going to be Sado versus Benzer in this triple draft. I don't think now is the time to start messing around, because even when we get to the best of fives, there's still only one triple draft. So you have that player locked in, I guess.
Yeah, the only reason to have a different player, I think if your team still doesn't have a dedicated triple draft player, then it's okay, I think, to still try, even though you think it's pretty late. You still have a few more matches, and what matters most is the playoff. Unless that's the case for the team, I think you're very right on the target, Simon. Salda versus Benzer, I think that's basically what we are going to have very likely. Maybe another chance for Greed. I think a slight chance.
No,
say for Team Timing, putting too much. Here's what I think: putting too much pressure on Sado may not be good in terms of long run.
But he seems to thrive under that pressure,
right?
Like the pressure is on Sado 90% of the time for Team Timing, and he relishes in it. But Nuri is also Nuri is a good backup player to Sado, but Nuri just hasn't quite got that ball rolling properly. Like, he will win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So you wouldn't want to put him out in triple draft. Maybe you would use him in the 1v1, because you know that's where you're going to be using him in the playoffs. And it is going to be Sado versus Benzer Riddell. All right.
So the best DVD player from both sides.
Yeah. I mean, look at the people that these have beaten. Sado has beaten Expo Master, has beaten Blizzard, has beaten Little Chen, and has beaten Solomon at triple draft. Whereas Benzer has beaten Little Chen, Blizzard, and Expo Master. So pretty much an overlap there.
Yeah, a big overlap.
The only reason why Benzer doesn't have exactly the same triple draft lineup,
because he played less,
is because Legend played triple draft in week 1.
Ah, that's right. Yes, that's the right reason why he played one less.
If Benzer had played triple draft in week 1, they would have beaten exactly the same players, assuming that they beat.
Well, let's get the game started. I think they picked the card pretty fast too.
Well, Dark Goblin is an excellent choice, but the Mega Minion takes that out almost instantly. First play win rate 57.1 for Sado. What is the defensive win rate? That's going to be the big showing. Musketeer against the Miner here. And the Bowler. Okay.
Yeah, Bowler has been picking up some, not just some, a lot of popularity for triple draft. Not just for players, for a lot of just regular game players too. Lightning to take that out.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you were relying on that cannon cart to basically supplement all your offenses, because Lightning just turns it into a cannon instantly. And look at the positioning of it. What are you going to do with it there? It's it's not going to distract anything.
That's why Sado instantly used that lightning
to
keep that elixir out of the way.
So we have Goblin Giant and Prince charging down the lane. Guards in for Sado, the Mega Minion, and the Royal Delivery comes down and shuts everything down here. Right now, it's looking like Sado may just have this in terms of draft.
Yeah, Sado, quick minor cycle, I would say, and the Bowler as a main key in the defensive mode. And Benzer a little bit heavier, as with his cannon card will be locked down by the lightning most of the time. And because his push is super slow, along with the Mega Minion Musketeer, not too bad. But you can't really place anything above, over the bridge.
Does Benzer have anything? There is the Tornado to shut that down, but then the Dark Goblin just comes in and is like, all right, cool, I'll see that. Cannon cart crosses the bridge, guards there again. And I have to say, the guards got a lot of damage in on that Princess Tower when that miner was there defending, like 7, 9, 8. So Benzer has to switch it up. Has to try and force Sado to play down that left-hand side, because that right-hand side tower for Benzer is pretty much done. The wall breakers here with the Tornado aren't gonna make it. Good.
Just before, but even with the Bowler, even though the rock actually goes through and do the damage, it doesn't really pull them back because they're too heavy. So Sado has to use an extra tool against them.
Is the lightning gonna come down from Sado to shut down that cannon cart? The answer is no, it does cross the bridge.
But delivery time, so not too bad against the cannon cart.
Yeah, this time the Goblin Giant does get a couple of punches in on that tower, but it's not looking like it's gonna be enough.
Left and right at the same time. Benzer, 6 elixirs. There's that Tornado on the left, but on the right, not too bad with the Prince.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon got a couple of belches on the tower there. The Prince and the Goblin Giant now have to do so much work to keep Benzer in this. Can he survive? It is looking like a hard no. And it seems that Benzer
with the
loses first.
lightning plus the minor scratch. That will be game for Sado. Benzer a little too slow and also heavier in terms of elixir cycle. Was a rough counter matchup.
Yeah, Benzer losing a game here in triple draft. Nothing he hasn't done before. He usually does win 2-1, but Sado just was in complete control. His draft seemed a lot to counter what Benzer would have picked.
Yeah, that too. And also from what Benzer has picked, it served a similar, not totally the same, but in terms of cycle, it was similar to the Sparky that he played oftentimes last year and also this year. So in terms of the cycle and just knowing Benzer's playstyle, I think it really fit him well. Yeah. That's why I think that's the reason why he chose this type of heavier deck compared to Sado.
If you were Benzer there and you could redo that, would you put the skeletons on the guards? So that the guards...
Yes.
Because the guards had
they
no
do more
shields.
they actually had more damage.
Yeah, right? So I think maybe a slight misplay there. Maybe he should have put the skeletons on the guards first. Like, let them hit the tower so your skeletons will survive, and then drop them there to just finish them off. But it is what it is. That didn't happen, and Sado takes game 1.
Yeah, what made it hard was not just the miner, the wall breakers, plus that Dark Goblin. And if you let that Dark Goblin go, or keep shooting its darts from anywhere around the arena, I mean, that 3 elixir can actually do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah.
And the Bowler, really good. I mean, against the Goblin Giant, still the Prince, they can charge into it and take it out easily. At least he had the Prince to go against the Bowler, which was actually not too bad. But still, the Bowler tanks a whole lot of damage, and within that time, other things that are going to happen, like the miner is going to be sent to the other side, wall breakers to the other, the Dark Goblin always in the center trying to mess up things. So in terms of cycle and how to control the game, I think Sado just had it.
Yeah, the cannon card is a really good pickup in triple draft. It's difficult to deal with properly. It generates so much value just by switching, which can cause things like goblin giants. It can cause giants to turn around if it dies at the right time. Like balloons will turn around to try and drop a bomb on it. It's a really good pickup. He just couldn't get it to work this time round.
Yeah, I think if Benzer had some more time to actually keep his elixir, which was actually really hard from that low cycle from Sado, this cannon card on the other side, when you have a really good positive elixir trade, but Sado was always chipping some damage, some too much damage with the guards from time. So I think that's the reason why Benzer couldn't really find that open up the shadow window there to put that cannon card onto the other side.
All right, so we are going to have Benzer versus Sado, game number 2 in this triple draft. Will Sado take us to that 1v1 set, or will Benzer Adele force this to a game 3? We're going to find out once this draft finishes, even though we can't see what is being drafted. I'm going to say E-Barbs, Rage,
and Lightning.
Lightning.
Or Earthquake?
Nah, Rocket, obviously. Mortar. That's the perfect deck right there.
Firecracker. Anti-air?
Not what I thought it was
Cheap.
going to be. All right. Bandit, pretty good choice. Tombstone here. All right. Dark Goblin is going to be a good answer to this. Does finish those skeletons instantly, but the Night Witch closes that down. Wall Breakers down the left. Snowball in from Sado.
Oh, and a poison immediately with the skeleton barrel. Say goodbye to those minions.
Yeah, but the skeletons are going to get a decent amount of damage here. 2089.
So
But unfortunately, the minion horde just is not going to be able to do much with that poison.
Yeah, I think Sado's win condition is something real heavy, like the RG or like the Golem. From the set of cards, I think we can sort of tell that it's got to be something heavy.
Well, I mean, that depends on the order, right? Like, if you had the Night Witch first, maybe you would pick it. Like, yeah, Night Witch, I think you would generally pick.
Yeah, and of course, Benzer's win condition is the Wall Breaker.
All right. So, there's the minion horde again. Are we going to see a poison? This time, very nice play by Benzer. Splitting the potential
Battle
damage.
Ram win condition, actually.
Look at the skeletons getting work done on this side, left-hand side. 1888 remaining down on that side. And the Bandit isn't even going to get a charge in on the Tombstone. She is going to fall here.
Yeah, Sado wants to keep Firecracker alive to do at least some chip damage. How about against the Dart?
Completely missing and whiffing against the Dark Goblin there. And the Dark Goblin is going to make light work of the Night Witch. No.
The Wall Breaker actually pushed the Dark Goblin into the Princess range, which Benzer did not want.
Yep. All right, bats here for Sado. This should be cleaned up by the Princess Tower. The Skeleton Barrel getting that death chip and a couple of hits is what it is going to take for Benzer to win this. Slow and steady will win the race.
Yeah, Benzer, I think he's got it. Let's see the defense against the recruits, though. So far, the Battle Ram. Let's get the charge.
Does connect. The Mega Minion, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. there does actually get to
have another swing against the Barbarian. That was nice. And he also had the Bandit against the Night Witch, so really good for Benzer in terms of defense.
Okay, is Sado's defensive value with the Royal Recruits gonna help him take the victory now? Like, is he gonna shut up shop?
Oh, good prediction with the Firecracker. Knew that minion horde was coming right there.
Oh, the Battle Ram connects again for Sado, and this is looking very, very bad for Benzer. It took double elixir time, but now that he can cycle, now that Sado can cycle round for these Royal Recruits on defense, it is looking like Sado may have the advantage in this double elixir period.
Unless the Wall Breakers go straight into the Snowball was just used. And the Tombstone has been dragged, so Zado's got a really good cycle now against Benzer. A perfect cycle.
Yeah, but this does allow Benzer to use that skeleton barrel down that side. The Royal recruits come in, but there is still some damage getting done. And at this point, 1 minute 30 left. Every little matters, and an Inferno Dragon there. That is going to shut down that Dark Goblin, which Benzer really, really needs on the defense here, because one Royal recruit can ruin his day. Charge. The Inferno Dragon connects onto the wall breakers just to delay. Does connect onto the Tombstone. Dark Goblin once again played in that central position just to shut down everything with those arrows that it pumps out, the darts that it pumps out of that load.
Yeah, finally the Mini P.E.K.K.A. perfect time against the Band Rider, no charge. And the recruits.
3-4-4 remaining on that bottom right. We do have Fireball, so 2 Fireballs would finish this for Benzer. Poison's coming down from Sado. He does need to get a good connection between now and the next 30 seconds.
Expected a Ram Rider to come at the left with the Firecracker, but Sado actually changed the cycle on his own. This could be dangerous. It's a big stack.
Yeah, Battle Ram there's the Fireball. Has to use it defensively, but he has the advantage. The Dark Goblin gets one more hit. 2-4-4. With this death damage, that does put it into Fireball range. 1-3-4 remaining. The wall breakers are going to try and finish this off, but the answer is no. There goes the Fireball from Benzer. Benzer takes game 2 here and takes us to game 3 of the King of the Hill.
So Sado knew that over the time. Yeah.
King of the Hill, triple draft. All right, the same thing. All right, game 3, triple draft. Just rewind on that.
Just game 2 win goes Benzer. And Battle Ram was actually not too bad of a win condition for Sado, but because of that Mini P.E.K.K.A., Sado had to change his own cycle so many times that actually screwed on his own spell cycle. Unless he actually did that, Benzer would have been getting more damage, at least chipping in the skeleton damage from the barrel.
Well,
but that damage plus a little bit more.
Yeah, the defensive Tombstone placement from Sado was real nice, though, to try and keep the damage from that Tombstone, like from the skeleton barrel down. But unfortunately, you just can't shut it down, shut it completely.
Yeah, or you use that against the wall breakers, which was actually a better tool, I think. Just keeping that snowball against those skeletons and the Tombstone against those wall breaker was going to be okay. But the main problem for Sado was also the Dark Goblin. If the Tombstone is a little bit too close to the bridge, then the Dark Goblin can take it out easily.
Yeah, there was that snowball there that was highlighted. If that was one square up, the Barbarian wouldn't have connected to the tower to put the tower down to 384-ish.
Good catch.
So I think...
And there were some good predictions from both sides, like the minion horde timing and the Firecracker right at the same time from Sado to, yeah, if you get a really good shot coming directly at the tower, Firecracker can actually get the entire horde in one shot.
Which she did. And it is not what you want to see as Benzer.
Elixir trade. +5 for you.
It's a beautiful elixir trade, isn't it, really?
It's whenever you have a Firecracker or arrows and you see a minion horde on the other side, that's your game.
Yeah, and if you are Benzer in that situation, you just gotta make sure the Firecracker is out when you play it.
Yeah, that's why after a few, he was always splitting 4 to 2, so that you can't really have a perfect shot. Even if you're getting 4, the other 2 would survive at least. Against the recruits, that's exactly what caused some problems. You want to have that Mini P.E.K.K.A. chopping down the battle ram all the time. But with the shields, those guys are going to be charging in, blocking all the Mini P.E.K.K.A. shots. That's why the Battle Ram actually got its charge onto tower a few times. Didn't happen too many, because in order for that to happen, you need to have a stack of recruits with lots of elixirs, plus the Battle Ram, plus the Night Witch. Then in the middle, the Benzer is going to be attacking onto the other side. So some good trading right there, and Benzer overall, I think, had some better cycle to deal with. I think the style that Benzer actually plays in Triple Draft, he catches up to all the different cycle that his opponent is trying to do, and I think that style really fits him well for Triple Draft, because you have to. Sometimes you don't really have the deck that you're used to, but because of his experience and the style, I think it really fits Benzer in TPD.
Yeah, he does play a very disruptive style, I guess, would be the best way to describe it. He plays to ruin his opponent's cycle. But there was that one point in the game where those Royal recruits started coming down once we hit double elixir. And it looked as though Sado had stabilized, like he wasn't going to take that much damage anymore. He had answers to the skeleton balloon in the tombstone. He had the firecracker to shut it down. Benzer just flipped a switch, changed up his cycle ever so slightly, and suddenly that defense was just not as good anymore.
That game 2 was really fun. Let's see, but now with that win, Kicks with Benzer actually on a match point now.
Yep, Benzer in red at the top in case you missed the first 2 games, and Sado is going to be in blue at the bottom. The flying machine is always a great pickup in triple draft. Battle healer from Sado. Does this imply some kind of, I don't know, goblin giant? Elixir golem?
We will see. And an earthquake, big spell. Good choice for Sado when you see that hut. And
arrows.
Did not catch the entire stack of spear goblins.
Arrows is such a good pickup in triple draft. It just shuts down so many different things. The wall breaker's coming down on that left-hand side. Cannon cart is there. It does take 1 hit though.
Yeah, unless it spawned at the same time. Cannon cart does not get the perfect defense.
Gonna connect onto the tower for Sado. A couple of hits in.
3 shots, not too bad. Okay, bridge spam. If you have the battle healer along with the flying machine, Sado can have, but still not showing his win condition yet.
It is looking from the support cards that Sado might be able to take this relatively easily.
Yeah, if he has something like E-Golem, unless it's a little too heavy, I think Sado can actually create a really good push.
Well, I wouldn't say E-Golem was heavy, it's only 3 elixir, but flying machine comes down in the center there. The mini packets try and shut down the wall breakers, but 1 does connect, and that miner is going to town on that bottom right-hand side. The flying machine trying to take out the musketeer in the center, not going to do it. Did take 1 hit, did Benzer, but kind of even right now.
Yeah, and Benzer did some damage with the miner, so not too bad. Problem is this EQ and the arrows.
Well, Bandit played at the back, an Inferno Dragon from Sado. And wall breakers coming down that left-hand side. I don't think he's going to be gonna defend that. No, eats that hit, so he's preparing a rather large push here. Is Sado. Fireball takes out that flying machine. Cannon cart played here. Miner used defensively just to try and eat some of the hits.
Cart is still alive, trying to get that in the range, and he does. But just the wall breaker to sack that cart.
All right, what is the final card for Sado?
Yeah, that's
Mega Knight. Okay. This is now looking like Sado's game. Completely and utterly Sado's game. Mega Knight with the cannon cart and battle healer behind it.
Yeah, I think Benzer needs a perfect pitch fireball and a whole lot of distraction.
So shuts it down this time round. The battle healer obviously lives forever. Mini P.E.K.K.A to take out the wall breakers. So Benzer struggling to get damage down into these towers right now.
Yeah, and when he gets a chance, Miner with the minions. Actually not too bad.
Look at that Miner still going at that bottom right-hand tower. At least this time, Benzer managed to shut down the cannon cart on the bridge. Wall breakers here, no mini P.E.K.K.A this time, but does use the arrows. And that battle healer is going to go all alone across the bridge, but that doesn't mean anything because that thing lives literally
arrows
forever.
And battle healer there for Sado. Okay, that was some extra.
The minions, like putting the miner there was trying to just open up a small window for the minions to connect, but unfortunately the mini P.E.K.K.A was a little bit too quick and did shut that down. Mega Knight closing down those wall breakers, and Benzer he has a lot of work to do. He does have he has the overall lead, but it just doesn't look like he's going to be able to get any more damage down. Wall breaker instantly shut down. Miner has to come in to stop the cannon cart, but that battle healer is still very healthy.
Yeah, still the Earthquake is doing damage to towers, so Benzer on the final few cycles. And also 20 seconds left.
Yep, didn't get the bandit charge that he needs. The wall breakers coming in here. Mini P.E.K.K.A will shut those down. Miner played down the right, left-hand side back. He's going to get a few things. Another battle healer on the floor, this time to distract the minions. And with that Earthquake, it is looking like it is game over. Sado finally ends Benzeridel's win streak and proves that he is the only triple draft player with a completely positive record. Sado takes set 2, taking us to set 3, which is going to be a 1 versus 1 between 2 different players.
Finally, Sado keeping his team alive. Again and again. I think that was actually not a bad matchup for Benzer.
I don't know.
But because of Earthquake, it just made it a lot harder. Earthquake and Arrow. Earthquake is actually a big spell, not a small spell. Even though Arrow's Earthquake was both 3 elixirs.
I would say that Sado had the advantage in terms of deck here. I think he just had too many answers to the wall breakers. He had good answers to the bandit, which is the cannon cart. He had yes, he had flying machine and Benzer had fireball, but that's fireball bait. Now you can go ham with everything else, and I think the Mega Knight was just the nail in the coffin for Benzer.
Yeah, I think Benzer was also trying to find some opportunity to have the fireball landing on flying machine plus another target. But Sado was always placing the flying machine into center line, where because of that it didn't really lock onto the miner twice. If it locked onto the miner, there was a chance for Sado to actually have a bigger lead. Well, that's the reason why miner actually went to town with lots of damage. But because of that center position, fireball was always hitting on that flying machine only, basically. Even some damaged flying machine, not just 100% HP.
Yeah, and the wall breakers played 11 times from Benzer and pretty much connected.
Just once, I think.
I think 1 connected once.
Yeah, just a single wall breaker.
Yeah, I mean, just in that, Sado had every answer to shut down
win condition Mega Knights. Yeah.
It's a win condition, bro. Everyone
Yeah, no.
knows that.
Win condition Mega Knight against wall breaker. Yeah, makes it a better win condition.
It's not exactly a positive elixir trade, is it? But
oh, but still, if you, but
I
with
mean,
that big body, you keep your attack going.
yeah, but he had the arrows as well. He had the mini
Yes.
P.E.K.K.A. He had the battle healer, which doesn't stop it completely, but
Yeah, so
deals
far
enough. It was just,
In this matchup, in King of the Hill and also Triple Draft, Arrow being like a really significant spell card. Like Onion was killer with that card, with the spell right there, and also Sado using the arrow pretty well. I think pros can actually time it so well with all the 3 shots. They know exactly when to throw it to delete those spear goblins along with that hut. And also if you have the earthquake, it's the best chance to go against those goblin huts.
well, we're into the 1v1. Who is it gonna be? Money would say Icelor from Kicks, because Icelor is just playing out of his mind right now. He's
maybe
phenomenal.
Onion because of his win streak today.
You could put Onion, but I feel like you would have prepared Icelor.
Yeah, that too.
But then the problem is, if everyone knows that you prepared Icelor, team timing could be like, all right, we're gonna snipe Icelor. The problem of sniping Icelor is that Icelor will play literally anything.
And for team timing, so anyone but Sado who played in the triple draft, and he cannot beat in set 3.
It's
So
probably going to
Nuri?
be Nuri.
Yeah.
Nuri has played the most out of team timing. He has played a considerable amount of games. Let me just double check.
Yeah, not just the amount of games. I think Nuri actually had at the beginning, like the first week for team timing, Nuri looked very weak in terms of matchup, in terms of the deck matchup, and also in his lots of gameplay. But starting in week 2 and 3, it actually got a whole lot better for Nuri.
Yeah, but his King of the Hills didn't pick up that much. He did beat Jack, lost to Expo Master, lost to Blizzard, but there's a lot of L's Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Nuri here, he did beat higher, lost to Solomon, lost to Line, lost to AUK, and lost to Jack. That's his losing record in King of the Hill. He did beat Line in the 1v1 against Talon, but he lost to Jack. So Nuri has had a very up and down season, whereas Icelor is on an absolute high right now.
Oh, hear the game sound. Here we go. Set 3. 1v1 best of 3. Winner takes the match. And an important match for both teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. Icelor has played... Let me see. Icelor has played...
Too many games.
Hogs. that's
Too many
very
wins.
True. But I mean, every time he comes out, he plays something different. Just looking at the last few decks, it's like Royal Hogs. He's played Poison Graveyard. He's played the Hog Rider Earthquake. He's played so many different decks that it's very hard to prepare against Icelor.
We'll see. So far with the hut and the baby dragon signals us.
Graveyard.
Yeah, the same.
Yep. Graveyard mirror matchup here.
Flying
maybe.
machine though.
Flying machine will go down to the poison if it sits there any longer. Baby dragon also goes down to the tower. These two goblins are going to die from poison. And a princess arrow to the face. So nice trade so far. There's a miner from Icelor. Okay. Playing it in that spot where you cannot tornado it into your king tower, the safe spot. Miner and the mega minion. Still graveyard for Icelor, are you reckoning?
No way. We're expecting a heavy push with that mega minion along with the miner. There's a different version of Lava Miner here with the flying machine.
Alright, baby dragons going ham. There is the arrows, not timed the best there to take out the Spirit Goblins, but it doesn't matter. The Baby Dragon is very healthy.
I think that was a pretty good timing still. Icelor was able to get most of his attack there.
Yep, the Knight dragging everything across. The pups being taken away from the tower by that Barb Baron. Nice defensive play, but Nuri still has taken a decent amount of damage and is at a massive elixir deficit right now.
Problem would be the flying machine and the mega minion, where Nuri, he wants to have some poison value along with his graveyard, but look at the set of units that Icelor brought. Can't really see too many small of a unit except for that hut. The poison gets some value, but not as much in this kind of trade.
Alright, deciding to go down the left, and Barbs are the last card for Icelor here. And this is an incredible deck by Icelor. Very difficult to play, but Nuri with the graveyard got absolutely nothing done. Lava Hound here cleaning everything up.
Yeah, Miner was actually locked up pretty well, but too many still left on the board. Even on the left, Barbarians actually locked on.
Yeah, Barbarians look like they're going to finish that right tower. The Spear Goblins look like they're going to finish that left tower.
Aha, just 2 spears away from taking the second crown for Icelor. That's game.
Icelor is an absolute machine.
Yeah, we see the flying machine and then say, okay. Oftentimes flying machine pairing up a lot with lots of golem decks and some e-golem decks. There are some weird version of decks where flying machine just kicks in instead of the musketeer. But in this type of, the moment we saw arrows and even before the lava, I said, okay, Icelor's got something special.
Yeah. Have you seen that kind of deck before? A Lava Hound
with
Miner?
a lava? No,
Lava
not exactly like what Icelor has brought. Maybe a few without the arrow, with a few different spells.
Alright, arrows there. I think it was a little bit mistimed. I think he was hoping that the Mega Minion would have punched onto that HUD, but it didn't matter. The lava does explode.
Yeah, the
nicely timed Barb Barrel to make sure that the pups didn't do too much damage.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for Nuri.
Look at how well the Barbs up that top left just dealt with everything.
Yes, and Nuri had the poison, but just not enough elixirs, and don't exactly know left or the right. You had to give up one anyhow.
Yeah, and almost gave up both. I mean, it was well played by Icelor, like distracting both sides, but for Nuri, he was at a huge deficit for 90% of that game. He just couldn't get it going. At one point, Icelor plays down the Goblin Hut, and he still 5, 6, like, and now they're equal.
Yeah, this is brilliant for Ice Law. I mean, basically, against Poison, lots of decks are going to be crushed against what Ice Law brought, especially anything with the hut, the graveyard, certainly just like this. And even against the Knight, really good because you have the Mega Minion and the Flying Machine to take that Knight out pretty easily. So we've only seen one game, but I think he can just keep on using it.
I don't know if you would use it again. I think because if you use it again, that deck is quite on the heavy side. So if you think he's going to go again, you would go something like a very quick Hog Cycle or maybe...
Are you talking the regular Hog or the Royal Hogs?
Either.
Either?
Because you would, as soon as that Lava Hound comes down, you just go counter down the other lane and then hope that you have something to defend. You'd probably bring an Inferno Dragon in that deck because you know it's going to be a Lava Hound, so you can shut that down easier. So I think it's a good deck to bring out in one set, but I don't think it's the kind of deck you can bring in 2 sets.
Yeah, it was a good snipe against the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for one game at least. We'll see what Ice Law has chose for the second game. I mean, he's on a roll. This season, Ice Law certainly already became the ace for kicks. Let's see if he's able to keep that up against Team Timing. Only one game away.
All right, so it is a different deck now from Ice Law.
There's a barrel.
So is it going to be the double bow Princess here? All right, this is looking like...
Double barrel or the traditional, just the Goblin barrel with the rocket?
Is it traditional spell bait or the double barrel
yes.
spell bait? Yep.
So basically it's...
double barrel,
yep.
Okay.
So that's Skeleton Barrel, seals it. And let's see, Nuri. Feel the balloon coming.
Are you feeling minor loon?
Yeah. So with the log, so Nuri might be out of spells against the double barrel. So he has to find a really good timing with those balloons. Or even with wall breakers.
Okay, now that is a little bit unexpected, but the Princess does help close all of that down. That miner is shut down with next to nothing, and look at that Dark Goblin. Excellent pickup here for Ice Law. Dark Goblin does so much work defensively against what we see so far. It's going to do well against the wall breakers, the skeletons, the miner, the bats. I mean, Dark Goblin is a beautiful pickup. So throwing that barrel down there, baiting out that log. I mean, one of the issues for Ice Law here is Nuri's cycle is still ridiculously quick, so he's going to be able to just load up on those logs, shutting down the Goblin barrel, then shutting down the Skeleton barrel is very possible with how quick Nuri's cycle is.
Yeah, but still, with that Princess and the Dark Goblin alive, like, it's baiting out the log. It's basically saying, okay, you better use your log, but the bomb tower against these two, then one of the barrels is going to be open.
Yeah, well, Nuri now has log in cycle, so you don't want to throw out both barrels at this point. Dark Goblin from Nuri as well. All right, Ice Golem there will help clean that up. Save that log for the Goblin barrel that is coming in very high and deep. Skeletons, though, perfect answer. No need to use the log. Eat one hit and just distract, and now you have bats coming through. The Princess trying to take out the bomb tower isn't going to deal with those bats yet.
So this battle really relies on how can you keep your Dark Goblin alive? How long can you keep it alive? But still, Ice Law. Okay, good mind games, just in case Nuri does not get the perfect prediction with the placement.
Skeletons in to defend the Dark Goblin does help clean that up. This is anyone's game right now. It looks as though Nuri may have the advantage, but that can all turn around if Ice Law can find the right cycle to break through here. Bomb Tower, final card for Ice Law.
Yeah, Nuri tanking a lot of damage with that Ice Golem.
Yep, the Dark Goblin shut down that skeleton balloon, the skeleton barrel way too early. Never even got near to the tower. No death damage for you, Ice Law, at this moment. Princess played at the back. He needs that Princess to generate a lot of value to be able to stay in this. Log has to come down to stop those wall breakers. Dark Goblin's going to cross the bridge with the Knight in front. So we see Nuri trying to defend with the bomb tower. The skeleton barrel is going to get a drop on the tower this time, but the skeleton's instantly deleted.
Yep.
Is Islaw going to play that Dark Goblin, the Goblin barrel?
But still, Nuri switch into defensive mode, trying to take out those princess. The miner has to be used because he only has the log and the down tower against these barrels.
This game is going to get absolutely insane now that we're down to the triple elixir period of sudden death. Who is going to be able to take this? Nuri enters this triple elixir period with a massive advantage, but we have seen time and time again that means nothing to Islaw, who can easily turn this around. And we see him loading up barrel after barrel after barrel.
With the miner all the way on the back by Islaw. Defensive lock to keep that princess alive along with that Dark Goblin.
Yep, the Knight here is going to take some of the aggro from the bat. Wall breakers down the right-hand side for Nuri.
Connect.
One connects. Miner in the back also connects. Log was a little late from Nuri, but it didn't matter because Islaw played it all the way to the left-hand side. So it's looking as though Nuri is going to be able to finish this. 10 seconds left. Even this Dark Goblin can't deal damage to the tower.
One big miss with the spell, and it does not until the last second. Good concentration, good focus for Nuri until the very last moment. Even in triple elixir, and actually we'll get the game. I thought with the lack of spell, it would be having a hard time against those double barrel, but the last card actually was a Dark Goblin keeping everything alive.
Yeah, I mean, he did perfectly read every Goblin barrel that came in. There was that one point where it was very deep, like a very long barrel. And instead of wasting the log, he's just like, okay, skeletons, bats, clean that up. I'll save my log for the skeleton barrel that'll come in. Or I'll save it and just keep it.
Or print, if you can actually find the chance of window to take some more damage, maybe like 1-2 stab from the Goblin barrel, and use that log against like the double princess that you see that's coming towards the bridge, plus the Dark Goblin.
Yeah. Well, whatever happens in this last game between Nuri and Islaw.
Look at the average elixir cost, 2.4, 2.8. I mean, these cycles were super quick, but Nuri was able to keep that up really well with those log pushes, even spending some ice golem against those skeletons to eat the damage instead of the tower, and then the death damage catches all the skeletons, so nicely controlled for Nuri.
Yeah, I mean, he could just cycle so quickly back into that log just to shut down the push from Islaw. Even playing one each lane was not enough because he just logged the goblins and then played bomb tower on the other side. And he spent next to nothing on that, and you still have the bomb tower available.
Yep, and I thought initially with the double barrel, okay, Islaw will try to have a lot of mind tricks and try to get at least the death damage from the skeleton barrel and some more stack over the time. Maybe Islaw is actually going to stack a little more damage and then win over time, but Nuri just did not make a single mistake basically in big defensive. There were some small catches that he had to, small adjustments that he had to make, but because the cycle was too quick, even if he makes like a small mistake, he can just throw down those skeletons. It's easy. One elixir, you can come back from that trade.
Yeah, obviously. Are we going to see more crazy spellbait deck versus
yes
super light deck in game 3, or do you think Islaw is going to go back to that Lava Hound deck or something a little bit on the slower side, like maybe Sparky Goblin Giant?
That's a good question. I would actually like to see that kind of the game 2 kind of matchup against super quick lower than 3 elixir average cost cycle for both, and basically say, okay, you got a pretty good defense, my man. Like, your spells are pretty nice. I mean, you've only played this game like maybe 20,000 times, but yeah, your predictions are pretty on right on the point. And I think Nuri is so far from those 2 games, he's feeling really good today.
Yeah, well, flying machine from Islaw, so it is looking like it might be the Lava Hound deck that we saw in game 1.
Or is this a bait?
Nuri does have those wall breakers for himself this time. Miner comes in.
Yeah, Nuri, maybe the same deck from game 2, and Ice-Law, same deck from game 1.
So you won once, I won once. Let's see which of these decks is the better deck overall.
Well, it's a different matchup now, so we can't tell. But still, I think in terms of cycle, and because of that Ice Golem, I think Nuri can have a pretty good defense.
Variants have to come in. They are logged, and that Dark Goblin getting so much value, and it connects
Locks
onto the tower.
And not even scratched yet from the Princess Tower, and that's going to do a whole lot more, 2 more shots.
Yeah, 3, 6, 2 on that top right-hand tower. Ice-Law is in a lot of trouble with this deck.
Yeah, because a single arrow, good at trading and also taking out lots of small units. But if they keep on coming when you only have a single arrow, that's a big miss.
He doesn't really have much else to deal with the small little
Okay, he's willing to just
distraction units.
willing to take the right side. Okay, Nuri actually instantly go left instead.
Yeah, go into the Lava Hound here. The Baby Dragon and the Lava Hound push each other around ever so slightly. The Baby Dragon is now ahead, which is not what you want to see, as Ice-Law Bomb Tower is there. Flying Machine. That's a lot of clumped up units. Look, Ice-Law knows that there is no Fireball, so he is free to do this. He is free to get so much value on that Flying Machine. The bats shut it down.
And the bats, not just the bats, the bomb tower actually tanks a whole lot, and that explosion after didn't really pair up too well this time because of distraction on the side, but if it does, Nuri's going to get even better of a trade. So Ice-Law is in big trouble.
Yeah, Ice-Law sacrificing that top right-hand tower. He has to make this push down the left work this time round. The Dark Goblin is there. The skeletons provide enough of a distraction for that Flying Machine, so that Lava Hound is eating a lot of darts from the Dark Goblin.
Flying Machine's still alive.
Bats.
And the Miner locked onto Princess Tower, and there are lots of air units, okay?
This tower is down, no doubt about it. The Wall Breaker's trying to get something done with that Miner, but the Goblin Hut is there. The Goblins will start spewing out of that, cleaning up the Miners. The Flying Machine is still alive. Absolute value from the Flying Machine this time round. Will Ice-Law be able to get similar value with this next one? Because if he does, I think it might be game over. Oh, the Wall Breakers are going to get through uncontested. That's disastrous for Ice-Law. He does manage to clean up the Miner, but the Lava Hound has popped early. The Barbarians are down.
Ice-Law, he needs one big push for that 3 crown. Getting rid of that Dark Goblin on at the corner, that's big. So the Wall Breakers running for that victory potential. Okay, Ice-Law does have connection onto the King Tower, but still about 1,000 to go.
Miner coming in. That was a very wide Miner from Nuri, but it is going to get a few more hits.
That Dark Goblin from Nuri just doing a little too much damage, getting its elixir value.
There's the Lava Hound. Are we going to be able to do that? Wall Breaker was so close. The Flying Machine is going to survive. The Miner is not caught by anything, so it is going to get a couple of hits. There's only a log.
All right,
it's the spell from Nuri.
It's a big race. The Miner connects, and the lot more damage from the pup actually does get the King Tower, and that's 3 crown game for Ice-Law. Congratulations for Kicks team and the Fantasy Royale who has the Ice-Law on your squad.
Just incredible play. It was back and forth. It was looking like Nuri would have had the advantage there. Nice. You got caught.
Some coffee time.
You got caught.
I need some chocolate. That was sweet. That was a sweet game. I mean, all those rushes. Nuri was trying that pocket wall breaker, and also actually intended the wall breakers to go down just a little more. So both of the wall breakers actually go towards that Princess Tower. But those arrows, clutch arrows, and yeah, Ice-Law just said, okay, I've got arrows. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it was looking bad. Like, it was looking like the cycle would have helped Nuri to just propel himself ahead. He got massive damage on that tower in one push. It was looking like maybe he'd just be able to control the match, like out-cycle, outplay, just outpace his opponent. Never happened. Ice-Law kind of just went, okay, that tower is gone. I'm going to take that tower, and then I'm going to go for your King Tower and just finish you.
Yeah, great decision, I would say.
Yeah.
Instead of going for the Princess Tower, which had a lot more HP, and he also had initial, not too many, but at least like a Baby Dragon Mega Minion to go for that King Tower when he had that 1-1 trade. So good decision making on the fly in a split second. That won the game, basically, for Ice Law.
Yep, well, congratulations to Kicks Gaming, who do take today's first match. We're going to have match 2 between FOV Gaming and TT Gaming.
Oh, wait.
After a very short break. We'll see you soon.
Hopefully we go into transition right now.
No?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. FOV Gaming versus TT Gaming. What are you expecting to see?
Well, we're expecting to jump into the commercial, guys.
And welcome back to Clash Royale League East special season. We've just finished Kicks versus
Team
Timing.
Cheat sheet.
It's like,
Yes.
whoop, whoop.
Well, only 2 teams. But, yeah,
It was
get
a good
ready.
game.
Yep, good game. And get ready because FOB Gaming, it feels like it's been a while that FOB Gaming actually played a match.
It feels like it, but they only played one last week.
Yeah, that's the reason
That's
why.
how
We
it
took
goes.
a,
Yep.
and then there was a, in the middle of the week, we take some days off, 4 days off, and then we come back on a Friday. Do you think having them having Jack and Expo Master, it seems like they have built all the pillars they need. They just need to go up from here, but they need a third person. That's how I feel, and what I'm feeling from the King of the Hill all the time for FOB.
Well, they definitely do need a third person to come and step up, especially when we do get to those playoff games, because
Yeah, it's best of 5.
Yeah, it's best of 5, and if you only have 2 good players, you might struggle.
Yeah, you can technically win with 2, but still, because it's not like the old times where if you have that many 1v1s, I believe from the rules, if I remember correctly, you cannot have same players playing 1v1 2 times. At old times, at the finals and best of 5s, you could in Clash Royale League East, not anymore for best of 5.
Yeah.
So you need a lot more pull in the player to be good.
So FOB have been trying out. They've tried out Dani. They tried out Kitashian. They have yet to try Kent Sameshi in the King of the Hill. So maybe we're going to see that today just to make sure that in this final week they are prepared for that playoff season. But FOB Gaming 2-2, 75% win rate in King of the Hill, but in Triple Draft, that is where they really, really struggle. They just haven't had a player who has come out and owned Triple Draft the same way that someone like Benzer has, someone like Sado has. But TT Gaming, on the other hand, 20% win rate in King of the Hill, 80% in Triple Draft, and then 100% in that final 1v1. Key players, this is, I would not argue, this is the first time I think I've seen a key player that I will not argue. AUK and Jack, both are very, very important teams. And AUK is in my Fantasy Royale team, so if he can get 3 crowns today, I will be super happy in every game.
I'm sure lots of people has AUK in their Fantasy Royale because he has been a destroyer in that 1v1. I mean, not just in King of the Hill 1v1 set. And the reason why TT Gaming has been really, really strong is I think it's because of D-King. His triple draft games are absolutely beautiful, and he can make things work. He turns it around in his own cycle. And that's why TT Gaming is near the top right now.
Yeah, I mean, D-King 2-0'd KK, 2-0'd Greed, 2-0'd Line, 2-0'd Elsiop. The only person he lost to was Solomon, who he lost to 1-2. That's the only time he has dropped a game in Triple Draft. He dropped 2 in the same set.
Yep. And this is the King of the Hill matchup. Ooh, Kenzumeshi.
They had to
For the
bring him
first
out at some
time
point.
for King of the Hill, and 1v1 included. First time playing this season in the 1v1. Did come out in Triple Draft once, but that was it. And we were always saying, when is Kenzumeshi coming out? I mean, they got a good roster with Dani and Kitashian too. But I think it's a good time to kick in a different style of KOH.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're FOB, you still have Jack and Expo Master in the wings, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't do a King of the Hill without those two, so it seems to be maybe just Kent Sameshi first and then everyone else, but you never know. Maybe they'll throw Dani in. Kent Sameshi, 2 games played, 2 losses, whereas D-King, 18 games played and a 72% win rate.
Yes. Too many games. Yeah, too many Triple Draft too. Because basically D-King was the only player for TT Gaming to play that Triple Draft, and also really good record on King of the Hill too.
He has beaten Wanga, he beat Higher, He beat Gerald. He beat Elsiop. Has lost the B-King line and Solomon though. Whereas we don't really have much information about Ken Sameshi's 1v1s. All we know is when he has played, he's had a high elixir cost, but that is in triple draft. So we don't really have much information about Ken Sameshi's 1v1 recently.
We'll see what he brings to the table. Game time.
Yes,
Ken Sameshi looks somewhat badass. That's what it, right?
looks like he's about to cut some people.
I know.
Ken Sameshi in blue for Fav at the bottom and D-King in red at the top. This one starting out with a Dark Prince and a Goblin Hut from Ken Sameshi. This could be one of the million Goblin Hut decks that are knocking around right now. It's really hard to tell when there's only one card played.
Yeah, only a million, right?
Only a million.
Yeah, Ken Sameshi, I think Graveyard is a safe choice for your first King of the Hill. It's if you just keep that on going. Sparky, so expecting the Goblin Giant for D-King.
Well, that Sparky is going to get shut down. Does take out the Goblin Hut, but
not even the second shot to the Spear Goblins.
Yeah, I mean,
which is an extra that D-King has to use.
Yeah. Mini P.E.K.K.A here, is it going to connect to the tower? No, it is shut down. The bats are also going to get shut down. So no damage really getting done from either player here. If it is Goblin Giant Sparky, and it is Graveyard, who does the advantage go to, G-Clef?
We'll see. D-King was trying to get that hut out. And sometimes the Spear Goblin actually keeps the Sparky all the way on the back. And you can stack so big of a wave that you can just literally just have one good push and then finish the game. Okay, but D-King, it seems as if that he actually wants to chip in some damage along with the lightning.
A Lava Hound from Ken Sameshi and a Sparky instantly going down that right-hand side. Does Ken Sameshi have anything to stop it? The Barbarians are there. That will shut it down. But now does he have anything to support this Lava Hound? He is very low on Elixir.
And along with the Musketeer, you actually don't have too many tools.
Yeah, well, he doesn't really have to worry about the Lava
Uh-huh.
Hound right now. It's not going to deal that much damage. The bats will help clean up and stop the pups unless there's something else there.
Yeah, also you can take the pup damage with that Goblin Giant, so you're okay.
Baby Dragon
Another
from
lightning.
Ken Sameshi.
Yeah, great lightning timing.
Mini P.E.K.K.A shut down here. A nice defense from Ken Sameshi. But how many times can he repeat that defense? Is he going to be able to stop the Goblin Giant Sparky deck from running him over when we get down into that triple elixir time, if it takes that long?
Yeah, I think it's actually not too bad because of those Barbarians. But the moment they get locked, it will be wild. Okay, it's not 100% surrounded, and this is actually a big problem now.
The Bar Barrel there does help shut it down, but that Goblin Giant is just punching through that tower.
And too many bats with the Mini P.E.K.K.A too. So defensive minor.
Mini P.E.K.K.A is going to connect onto the tower. 1. It's going to connect 2. 230, 96. That is done. Ken Sameshi. Let that Mini P.E.K.K.A just connect. He didn't really have much to defend ground units.
Yes.
And that just spelled the end for him. He had nothing to stop or distract that Mini P.E.K.K.A for long. The Miner, sure, it can work, but he played it in the path of the Mini P.E.K.K.A.
And also D-King made that Barbarian defense really hard. So because he sort of created a line with the Sparky and the Goblin Giant, the Barbarians were not surrounding them. They were sort of in a line together, so the Sparky actually got 4 of them with a single shot instead of getting a 3 in a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that Sparky just tore through Ken Sameshi's defense. He didn't really have much to defend it. In terms of ground units, he had the Barbarian Barrel, Barbarians, and the Miner, and that is it. And the thing about Mini P.E.K.K.A is it will eat through all of those things.
And also the timing of those Goblin Giant were always pairing up with those bats to survive and reach the tower almost, unless there was some other spell.
So this is
the
that
line zap actually,
about,
and that zap from D-King saved a whole lot of time for those bats to survive, for that Goblin Giant to actually take a lot less damage from the Barbarians too.
Do you think the the miner could have been played a
little bit further
back?
Yes, and with that, I think Kensumeshi could have had a better defense, but still with the lightning cycle, I think it was going to be close to game over.
Yeah.
Lightning at the zap in few cycles. And the fact that he couldn't use the miner to pair up with the Lava Hound on top left, which wasn't going to be in time. So Kensumeshi had no other choice than the defensive miner right there.
Yep. I mean, he had to play a defensive miner. The question was, where was he going to play it? Could he have played it a little bit further to the
right?
left?
Just one more tick to the right. I think that was also okay.
Could he have played it behind the P.E.K.K.A so the P.E.K.K.A turns around, maybe?
That can be risky when you're. That can be risky if you miss the timing. The mini P.E.K.K.A instead finishes the game a little earlier.
I mean, it still would have taken that tower exactly the same way it did because it still got 2 hits. Maybe it would have got 3 if the miner hadn't distracted it. But
yeah,
Jack
so the lava does not find success again.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty well in Grand Challenges, in Top Ladder.
Yeah, Top Ladder.
It's done okay, but Clash Royale League East, it's not doing well at all. It's just too slow, too heavy.
And it has been mostly focused by Ponos and Fob only. There were from a very few amount from China and Korea, and I believe none from Kicks. So yeah, heavily focused from the Japanese 2 teams, but still yet to find a real big success. Maybe in scrims they're finding okay results in this meta, but I think there's a reason why that we don't really see lava as many times.
Yeah, because with lava you basically need only air units, right? You need a lot of air units to help support it. That's the whole idea behind the deck. And the problem is right now, the ground units are dominating. You have barbarian
and they're quick
skeletons, like mini P.E.K.K.A. It's just really hard for a Lava Hound to really come through and get that damage. But right now we have Jack in blue at the bottom and D-King in red at the top. What are we looking at now? It is a graveyard from Jack.
Yeah, let's see if it's graveyard with MK or not.
And a Prince? Is this going to be double Prince Giant from D-King?
See with the miner. That's also very likely.
It connected the zap, stopping the
charge.
It got the charge. Oh my,
Yeah.
Prince got the charge. The zap came down from D-King to buy that time away from the Mega Minion. Really nice play by D-King, getting a lot of damage in early against Jack.
And still without, that's a little too much damage when D-King he wants to have one big push.
Battle healer with graveyard?
Maybe he wants to support. Maybe this. I think this is a little bit heavier of a version. There were some graveyard decks just having the battle healer instead of the knight.
I mean, it is a great tank.
Yeah, it is a great tank.
Okay, there is the Barb Hut. So Barb Hut graveyard with a battle healer. I really like the battle healer. It's an interesting choice. It's slightly more expensive than the knight, which is an issue, especially when you're going against D-King with what he's shown so far. But you have the Barb Hut, the battle healer, you have the Baby Dragon. Those are 3 very big tanks indeed, and that will allow the graveyard to come in relatively painlessly. Can D-King make this push work? Miner and the knight, the Prince connects again with the charge.
Still on the tower, and basically bringing it down to 527. So there's a counterattack. Jack now with the Baby Dragon. Goodness, that fireball.
Look at the amount of work this graveyard's doing. The Baby Dragon connects as well. The battle healer in front of the graveyard is a genius move by Jack, but there is the giant miner coming down as well. That's going to distract the Mega Minion for quite some time. Barbario comes in. Fireball doesn't hit the Mega Minion, but 158 remain. It is spell cycle time. And the poison needs to come from Jack. There it is. Will the fireball in time? Nope.
Oh, only a zap. for D-King.
Fireball was out of cycle for D-King.
Or not enough elixir at the time, I think.
Jack takes game 2 when it looked as though we were going to be going down to another tower situation. It looked like it was going to be taken. We were waiting for that fireball and waiting, and then it just never appeared.
Yeah, because Jack solely focused on the left, whereas D-King
Split the damage.
split the damage, and when he actually put in the damage, he used a lot of elixirs.
Well,
Because even with a zap, that's still 2, but still 2 extra for you to connect a few more targets, connect a few more damage.
So the Prince got a lot of damage done on the
Uh-huh.
left. Then another Prince went down the right-hand side and got significant damage. But look at this. The battle healer there has to be fireballed. But the baby dragon is just on top. The graveyard just comes out, and it was perfectly... Like, the RNG was perfect, I would say there.
And also, D-King didn't really have the best tool at that moment to tank for those skeletons. Dark Prince, I think he just got it back in his hands, but still, the Mega Minion,
It's too slow.
way too slow.
It
Against
does
the
not look
skeletons.
good. It also doesn't have a body to distract the skeletons.
Yeah, it's in the air.
Yeah. So, Jack takes this one, I'm going to say rather surprisingly, because it did look as though D-King had a massive advantage.
I
He
think
just couldn't finish it.
Yeah, I think he... So, D-King, I think he was trying to take the 2 crown, take the 2nd crown and win the game. He was thinking too far ahead, and he was taking a little too much damage from the graveyard because he has done more to both sides.
Yeah.
And he had the fireball because he certainly had the moment to zap those skeletons and take less damage. And from looking at that, the reasoning, it had to be, okay, I've done more damage, so with the fireball, let's finish one and then just continue my momentum and save the zap into my own attack, just like how I did on the left and the right before. But he just not had the fireball in cycle right before the time.
It's rough. It didn't have enough time to travel even if he threw it out. Once that tower went down, I think it was like 4 seconds left. So it wouldn't have had... It might have just had enough travel time to get there. It would have been very close. Even if he had the elixir to throw it out. Anyway, we're going to get into AUK versus Jack. What are you expecting? Are you expecting Jack to bring the same deck?
Our dream matchup. We finally have it. AUK versus Jack. I want to see some really big, like heavy push E-Golem, but so far none today and none from last Sunday either. So let's just go barrel, or if you bring some quick wall breakers. Let's see who wins in constant just amount of focus you have to do with the spell bait. AUK has been splashing everyone with this wall breaker deck too.
AUK has just been dominating.
And also the Royal Logs at week 1 with the Heal Spirit.
Yep.
Yep.
That started a very horrifying trend
For lots of teams.
across everything. At least it's not Goblin Hut. But do you think we're gonna see the Goblin Hut this time?
Oh yeah, I think Graveyard is another safe choice for AUK, but from the deck that we just saw from Jack, the Battle Healer, Battle Healer Graveyard with the Barbarian Hut, heavier version, but still a lot better against the mirror matchup, you would say. Mirror Graveyard battle, because you can tank and survive for longer of a time against the poison.
Yep.
And your opponent's poison can get less value from that. So in terms of those cycle, if you keep on having those positive elixir trade, I think Jack can have a really good game. But is AUK going to bring that graveyard against Jack, as you have just seen the deck?
It's hard to tell what they're gonna do because they play so many different styles. Both players can play pretty much anything, but AUK has a habit of playing the same deck 2 or 3 times a day. So if he wins now, we're going to see it in the next match. We're probably going to see it.
That we know.
If it gets to 1v1 and he is in that slot. So Jack versus AUK. Jack in blue at the bottom for FOV Gaming. AUK in red at the top for TTG. G.
Or we can have a surprise Lumberjack Balloon from AUK. That did happen last week.
That deck has been going around quite a
Firecracker
bit.
Hog?
I mean,
Instant poison.
yeah. Hog would be... Yeah, Hog is a bit of a slap in the face. Jack is known as one of the world's best Hog Rider players.
That's right. Okay, and then Jack has brought Knight this time.
So it's looking like a graveyard giant skeleton. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think there was one game with this deck last week.
It makes it hard to push against, especially with the giant skeleton. Is it going to get to the tower? Does Jack have anything to defend? There is the barbarian.
Ooh, that log
push
value.
Yeah. It also pushed the musketeer away,
Yes.
so Jack was forced to play the skeletons to distract, because otherwise the giant skeleton would have moved towards the musketeer.
Exactly.
But it pushed it out of visual range. So that's beautiful. Mini P.E.K.K.A coming down on that left. Hog Rider coming down on the right. Nicely defended there by Jack.
Is
But
it?
the Firecracker is getting a lot of value.
Yes. So at the end, AUK is the one that smiles from that trade. It's getting a few more damage. And this actually does not get the King Tower because it was actually one more tile towards the Princess Tower.
Yep. Well, Baby Dragon comes in. In terms of matchup, G-Clef, would you say this is 50-50, or would you say that it's like
Jack
70-30?
Jack still has a pretty good chance, but because of the cycle and the spell use from AUK has been beautiful.
Also, it's really hard for him to defend any of this. Okay, do we see the Spear Goblin? No, we don't see Goblin Hut come down this time. So only defending with that Baby Dragon and the Barbarian. So this is probably Jack's first graveyard. If that is the final card, he decides not to play it.
Yep.
Because the Firecracker is out. It'll just...
Yeah, even with the Firecracker, Graveyard actually can do a whole lot of damage, but the main problem is the Spear Goblins.
Yeah.
Spear Goblins has to be in the poison all the time, and AU can have a better trade. Yeah, with the Hog Rider, the moment you see the Graveyard, Hog Rider on the other side. That's also a chance.
Then here we go. That is the first graveyard. The Firecracker is distracted by the Knight, which buys a lot of time for these skeletons to get a lot of damage in the tower. And the Baby Dragon as well, going to town on that left-hand side. And just like that, this is almost even Stevens.
Yeah, but with the counter Hog along with that Earthquake immediately from AUK, and the Hog gets one. That's almost enough with the log EQ cycle. That will be game for AUK.
Yeah, if that Firecracker had have been across one more square and got some incidental damage, that would have been it. There is the log, down to 127. Earthquake comes in. Can this graveyard finish it fast enough? The answer is quite obviously no. So
Yeah.
AUK takes game 3. Jack is out.
So I think Jack also had a really good chance of taking, because for switching side, and his defensive role against the Hog Rider wasn't going to be perfect all the time, even with the hut. But because of that giant skeleton, you just have to put extra cards to buy some time. Make sure it's not really close to the hut or the Princess Tower. What makes it really hard is that hut timing, because if you place it for the Hog Rider towards the center, it might be caught with the death damage from the giant skeleton. So that's why sometimes the hut came in after, or even if you put it down, the Earthquake is going to come regardless, so you would be losing the elixir trade.
Yeah, I mean, this graveyard was actually very useful for Jack. It did so much work, and especially with the push coming down on that right-hand side. So both towers go down very, very quickly. This opened up opportunities for Jack to try and exploit, but he never quite managed to do it. If that graveyard was on the other side, maybe he could have outpaced it a little bit.
Yeah, so the first log that AUK had with the giant skeleton that hit the hut and the musketeer, and which got massive value. If that didn't happen, I think Jack could have started his graveyard push a little bit faster, which allows him to have quicker of a win condition for himself. But just because of I'm not saying just because of that one log this game turned out to be AUK's, but because of those really great use of his spells, AUK stopped Jack's offense from happening. until like mid-end game.
That last graveyard going down on the left-hand side instead of the right. Do you think that was the right decision? I mean, it was already almost game over.
I mean, if you focus it on one side because of the E-Wiz, it's somewhat easier to actually defend with certainly with less elixir from AUK. And I think Jack was trying to give a harder question to AUK. Okay, either side, I have one chance. Let's see which one works, because one right side I believe it was Baby Dragon plus a Barbarian from the Barb Barrel.
Yep. And
just the Naked Graveyard on the left, but the E-Wiz can't really reach both sides. Well, sometimes it can from splitting the sparks.
But I think the graveyard going down that side would have presented a little bit more of an issue for AUK, maybe because I think he would have had to spend a little bit of elixir on defense.
Yeah, I think
so. He wouldn't have been able to complete it that quickly. Maybe this is a what if.
Yeah, the main queue is actually the Firecracker too, because if attacks happen on both sides, if it's one big stack, the Firecracker can get some more value with the spread from the cone. But if it's on the both Firecracker, lots of times, especially against those skeletons, which gets eliminated by the Princess Tower, Firecracker just does not shoot a shot for the longest time.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the Firecracker, I can see why he went down the other side, because when the Firecracker turns and shoots against the skeletons, suddenly it's in range of the Baby Dragon and Barbarian, so it turns around, it buys your skeletons a little bit more time.
Exactly, I think that was the key.
They still went down a little bit too quick. I don't know, I would have liked to have seen it on the same side for that one last push. But anyway, Expo Master versus AUK. Expo Master, who very rarely plays Expo these days, literally will play anything but those cards.
Yeah, lots of double barrel, lots of dark goblins,
lots and lots of cycle.
Super quick, low cycle and controlled type of a deck player.
Definitely not 2.6 Expo every day of the week anymore.
Yeah, the Ice Bow, the Tornado Ice Bow.
2.9, yeah.
Yes.
All right, so
we would love to see a few more Expo, but so far just, I believe Line played it once. That was it.
It's been in once or twice. We saw Jack play it in that infamous game, but it doesn't really match well with the meta right now because Earthquake is so prevalent, and then we have a lot of like things like guards, mini P.E.K.K.A, anything. There's a lot of things that will tank Expo.
Yeah, guards actually do.
A Knight as well.
Yeah, Knight takes forever. Battle Healer takes for so much.
Battle Healer
takes for days.
Yeah, but that's everything in the game. Like Battle Healer will just tank everything and anything. Okay. There's the barrel. It does take one spear, and did that Barbarian just like Matrix underneath?
Yes, it did. AUK, yeah, because you want the log to hit the target and the Princess Tower, sometimes you do miss from timing.
Played it a little bit too far forward, but that poison's gonna clean all that up. Expo Master and AUK are neck and neck too.
Yeah, not bad for Expo Master either. So feeling like Expo Master could have actually picked up the Japanese style with the lava. With the Mega Minion, I'm starting to really feel that.
Yep, there it is. Lava Hound coming down, and
an
Royal
RG.
Giant from AUK with the bats coming down that side. That is pretty much bad news bears for Expo Master.
Yeah, but the Baby Dragon got those bats before locking onto the RG himself, so not bad for Expo Master, but taking a little too much.
Yeah, tower is basically done here. Miner coming down.
Yeah, good poison.
Yeah, poison takes out the Firecracker, takes out the skeletons. That mini P.E.K.K.A is gonna walk underneath the pubs. That's gonna go down. The spear goblin, the goblin hut has to come down here. Damage getting done to that. That's not what you want to see as AUK. You want to try and keep that alive as long as possible to just keep generating value, but he needed the defense.
Yeah, took some more damage onto the bottom left, but not as bad for Expo Master. Actually, good, not bad of an elixir trade on the top right. The thing is, how does he actually keep the miner alive with that mini P.E.K.K.A?
Yep, Barbarians come down. That's going to try and deal with this Royal Giant log. And the tower goes down. That's bad news for Expo Master, and it looks like it is all over.
For Expo Master, yes, it is AUK again. I mean, the camera shows AUK a little too much because he wins all the time.
Yeah, he's always on camera. He was shaking his head at the end, and I was like, wait.
Yeah, I thought.
Am I looking at the wrong color?
Exactly. That's what I thought for a second.
Maybe he just wasn't happy that he took any damage in that game. He's just like, oh
No.
man, I took one hit. That's just disgraceful.
I made 2 small mistakes. Yes,
That one.
and mispredicting the poison, mispredicting where the minor was going to be. This moment, yes, he did, but the right before, which allowed another big elixir trade for Expo Master with that poison.
Yep, and this Royal Giant just yeeted that tower out of existence. There it goes. Log comes in. Boom.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that this deck.
The lava?
Sometimes the lava miner with the guards, or this time the barbarian. Maybe it's finding real good success in scrims.
But then it comes out and it's just not
It must
performing.
be. Yeah, it must be in scrims and all the test results from the team.
It has to be, because we don't see Lobhound anywhere else. Really, you see the occasional Lobhound balloon. Rarely. I want to say.
I would say against a lot of the meta decks and the graveyard can make it work. You can have the Tombstone all the way on the back to take some skeleton damage, but the poison still serves a pretty good role against the Tombstone and all the barbarians too.
Yeah.
And so
We have seen the Lava Miner decks that have been popping up that usually just rely on, which card is it? I don't want to get this wrong.
the balloon, or
No,
Without the
not
balloon.
with the balloon. With the Baby Dragon, Inferno Dragon, Snowball, Poison. So it's relatively the same. One has Bomb Tower, one has Mini P.E.K.K.A. Guards over Skeletons. So it's got to be doing well because we've seen multiple variations of it.
yes,
But
certainly. But in tournament in CRL East, no so far. And Expo, and I mean we've seen Expo Masters for years, and we can literally count. With less than, I think it's less than 5 times that Expo Master actually played lava in tournament.
yeah.
Not including the global matches. There are some global matches where you play lava miner, but except for those, I think it's very few. Like compared to the hundreds of games that we remember from Expo Master, less than 10, I would say.
Well, the problem for FAV Gaming going into the triple draft is that they have not won a single triple draft so far this season. Whereas we have D-King,
The draft king.
over on TT Gaming, who is 4-1. Talking about D-King being draft king, I read somewhere, I think it was the CN Esports Clash Royale page. They said it doesn't actually stand for draft.
Yeah, I
It
know.
stands for Dan.
Yes. Well, that's a nickname that we're gonna give him because he did have 1 loss, but still for 5 TPD, like 4-1, that's really good. 80% win rate right there.
Yeah, the only person he lost to, Solomon. I mean, you have to try everything at this point as FAV Gaming.
If Kensumeshi beats D-King, and if he sticks to that TPD role from FAV Gaming, I think this actually can work in the future.
But he's been out before and he got stomped by Solomon.
It was only once. It was only one set.
Yeah, but Solomon stomped. If I
Solomon
remember
stomped a
correctly-
lot of players, though. Yes.
All right, you're correct, but I just don't know if Kensumeshi chooses the right. I don't know how much.
We'll see.
he's
It's
done.
been weeks.
It has been a long time since we have seen it. But I don't know how I feel about Kensumeshi coming out in the.
All right, this is Kenzumeshi's chance to earn Simon's trust right here.
Don't get me wrong, Kensumeshi 2v2, he is an undoubted GOAT. Right? He is the GOAT of 2v2. One of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, that's true. The reason why FAV Gaming was able to win so many matches last year.
Exactly.
2v2 power.
However, I don't know how he hasn't really adapted much to this new format of 1v1 or
Let's
triple
see.
draft.
Hog Rider. That's a win condition.
Yep, well, definitely. Bob Hutt coming down
Oh,
from Kent Sameshi.
Yeah. With that, maybe if without the earthquake, Kensumeshi might be okay. With the Barb Hut and the Skeleton Barrel.
Well, it is a card that is very hard to deal with.
So far for D-King, bridge spammy deck for now.
We do see the Tesla coming down in the center. That's going to distract the Bandit ever so slightly. And Bats 2, okay.
So bridge spammy with the Hog. With quick cycle.
It's looking like D-King's going to have a big advantage. It just depends what these last few cards are for Kent Sameshi. We haven't seen a win condition. We haven't seen any of the spells, so...
What are you feeling? Like a giant?
With what he has so far...
Golem?
I want to say Graveyard?
Okay.
That's the only thing I can see here that would work really well.
Really well, yes.
Could be Royal Giant.
If it's something lighter, I think Kensumeshi can cycle a lot more of that Skeleton Barrel.
I think if it was something lighter, he'd have already started cycling it.
Yes.
So I don't think it's something nice.
Okay.
Arrows there.
Small spell, arrows, and zap for D-King.
There's the Skeleton Balloon again. Oh, Bandit gets the charge on that right-hand side.
Yeah,
the Skeleton... Oh, it's going to be a decent amount of damage there.
Yeah,
Kent
heal
Sameshi takes
spirit
an advantage. Ish.
can get all the skeletons.
Lightning
Yeah, with
comes
lightning, I feel like it's really heavy. Something really heavy from Kensumeshi.
down. Well, whatever it is, it's looking like it's going to be the hidden trap card for Kent Sameshi, playing it this late.
But so far, still Kensumeshi winning without it, so might actually... Never
Lava
mind.
Hound. All right.
There's that love for lava.
There definitely is, but this opens a counter-attacking opportunity for D-King here. The cannon cart was connected to the tower. I think it got one shot, but then was reset by the charge of that Electro Dragon. So it is going to go down here.
Oh, Yuiz and the zap together from D-King to get all the small units right there, but no luck other than a great poison against all the pups, but still the dash.
Yep, the dash comes through, and that is one almost dead tower. It is down to this. D-King has to put the Hog Rider. He has to get damage dealt here. Zap to just buy one more hit. He really needs it, because there is the lightning. There is 18 left. Arrows to finish. Kent Sameshi taking the first game against D-King?
How are you feeling now, Simon? I mean, even without the lava, he was getting better of a trade most of the time because the Hog sometimes reaching to the tower, okay. But Kensumeshi was able to do some more damage with the Skeleton Barrel, death damage sometimes. And D-King actually made not a crazy big mistake, I would say, but with the Hill Spirit allowed some more skeletons to connect.
It took Kent Sameshi quite some time to kind of get warmed up into this one, because he was behind for quite some time, and then he slowly started to make a change. Resetting the cannon cart was super important there, and then this push, I mean, just did so much work when everything was low. Perfectly timed arrows, poison down to finish out the skeletons, but the bandit charges underneath everything.
So what I feel, instead of just having the Hog Cannon bridge spam, which was a chance to actually go straight into the tower and maybe take the entire tower down with just those 2 units, but willing to eat the dash from the bandit and then keeping that cart alive for another push. I think that could have been another type of defense that D-King could have tried to make the Hog Rider push even stronger, because he was lacking a lot of those ground units, and most of the damage from Kensumeshi actually came down from the bandit.
Yeah, but he didn't. D-King didn't really have much that could stop it. He did have
like
the
a heal
spirit as a distraction,
or Tesla, cannon cart. I think taking the dash hit is not the best, but still sacrificing your tower HP just by a little bit from the dash and
A
then
little bit from a dash and 2
320.
hits.
not 2 hits. So you take the dash and then you keep the card alive on the side. So the bandit goes down quickly enough.
So you get, it's a dash and 1 hit then against the cannon cart. I don't know if it's worth it. It's one of those trades where
And then you create
it's up to the player.
create a strong. I think that could have been the difference that Deking has made to. You have a better Hawk cycle, but the problem really kicked in when he saw the lava and then said, "Okay, I better hold my poison against all the pups and the skeletons because if I don't have the poison, I may be out of hand." Even his building was Tesla. Well, it's gonna get one at a time. It takes too
Forever.
much time. So if he had another source to actually keep those pups away, then maybe offensive poison to get the hut down so the Hawk can actually do some more damage. Yeah, but he was really locked on that spell.
Yeah, I just think like he didn't have enough ground units in general just to defend. The Hog Rider was literally it. It felt like.
Yeah. What else? Heal Spirit. And there had to be at least a few more.
No, I think he had bats, zap, Ewiz.
Yeah, Ewiz.
But Ewiz,
Yeah.
you kind of want to hold off on.
Yeah,
Like-
Dash actually. Yeah, Bandit actually became a big trouble.
Yeah, he just didn't have anything that could deal with it. So that his only ground cards, I think, were Ewiz, Heal Spirit, and Cannon Card.
Yeah,
So
Cannon
he
Card Hog
had
Rider.
to sacrifice the Cannon Card. You don't want your Hog Rider to be eating Bandit charges.
Yeah, even the Tesla. Yeah, the Dash actually is a significant amount on Tesla. So
I
Yeah,
think
Bandit-
he had to sacrifice the Cannon Card. Anyway, we're gonna get into Game 2 between Kentsumeshi and D-King. Kentsumeshi took Game 1. Will he be able to take Game 2?
he needs to keep Valve Gaming alive for set 3. Or can D-King have a reverse sweep and finish the match here?
Should we carry on talking like that?
Bomber.
Can Kentsumeshi get the first victory in Triple Draft
Yes,
for Valve
that's
Gaming? Breaking the curse. We're going to find out. Bomber. Okay. Musketeer Bats. It's looking good for Kentsumeshi. Relatively meta-ish cards, but Poison Mega Minion, timeless in their beauty. And we see the Giant coming down from Kentsumeshi. He does like to play Beatdown.
Yes, and Giant is another win condition.
So what is he going to put behind it? He does put the Mini P.E.K.K.A. That's going to deal with the Goblin Giant relatively decently. And a Sparky. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Barbarians played already.
Yeah, and unfortunately for D-King, is it? Oof. I thought that
Yeah,
was going
that
to hit
spear,
the
Spear Goblin. Me too, but instantly just looked away.
All right. The Mini P.E.K.K.A. does go down. The charge is going to hit the Bomber. And then the guards are going to help clean this up. Oh,
Send
nice
a Starmie
arrows.
to keep that Sparky alive. Okay, Mega Minion, good. They locked onto the Sparky immediately, but still.
Couple of hits coming through. That's
You
a
say a
decent
couple.
amount of damage.
That was like 800. Wow.
That's a couple of hits from
Yeah.
a skeleton is 800 damage.
Yeah, because D-King already spent the zap.
Nicely played. Kentsumeshi showing patience this time. And D-King's draft just isn't coherent. It doesn't really have a focus, if that makes sense. How is he going to break through? I can't see how D-King can break through with the cards he has.
Yeah, Kentsumeshi has way too many of a tool. Mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Sparky to go against the big bodies. Okay, the second Giant to keep that Sparky alive.
Poison comes down from D-King, but that Sparky is generating its value in electrical blasts here. Is it going to be able to get the tower? No, the Mega Minion is enough to shut it down, but still 1452 left on D-King's top left tower. And I just can't see how he's going to break forward and deal damage. D-King looks in a very, very bad spot.
You keep Bomber, never mind, like, he instantly blows that Bomber away instantly. So, I think D-King actually has a chance to actually, if you get that Sparky surrounded, he has the guard, he has the barbarians.
Yeah, he's slowly coming back into it.
Yes.
It looked as though he had no chance. He switched up the cycle ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think thinking if he really saves up his Zap for crucial needs, I think it's actually not too bad against Skeleton Army and also Sparky too.
Yeah, well, this Sparky is going to start taking damage from the Zap from that Baby Dragon.
Yeah, Bomber getting that splash into...
Oh,
Another splash though.
Kensumeshi looks like he's going to be... I don't know. It looks like he might be able to take it, but D-King is just eking damage out of absolutely nowhere. 6, 7, 8 remaining on this tower. The Giant is going to reach it.
Okay,
Mini
dry
Pecker on
dry
the
elixir
left-hand
on the
side,
left. Okay, guards.
2 hits. There's the arrows. 1, 4, 8 on that top left tower. Lightning will finish this up. Nice Barbarian play, trying to read when that Lightning was going to come down, but Kensumeshi knew what was happening, knew that those Barbarians would be coming down, and just delayed it, held it ever so slightly, and slammed it down. Kensumeshi has made me put my foot in my mouth, and I have to accept he beat D-King. Kensumeshi might have finally found a way to win a triple draft.
And it was also really good that Kensumeshi picked up a secondary source to keep that Sparky alive. Because usually, when you pick up a Sparky, you say, okay, this should be enough damage against like something big like a Golem or a Giant. But oftentimes, Sparky, if you just have that alone, it actually becomes your own problem. So having that Mini P.E.K.K.A as a secondary source of single target big damage, I think that was a key. And even against those guards and the choices, I think Kensumeshi must have seen the guards.
I mean,
or at least the barbarians as the chances before picking up his arrows, which was the perfect choice.
Arrows against barbs. I mean, it's a good choice, but looking at the other things that are there, against guards, sure. Bomber, not so much. Mega Minion,
No, I mean that's what D-King chose, but other choices could have popped up along with those guards.
Oh yeah. But I mean, Giant Sparky is a deck that we have really seen, and it was very the Giant Sparky deck would be very similar to what Kensumeshi played there. I feel like he had a real deck, whereas D-King felt like he must have been drafted into a corner, because that deck it didn't have the synergy and coherence I think that you need in triple draft in your deck.
Yeah, I think usually
it was a bit disjointed.
Yes. Either you have one of the two, Barbarian or the Guard, not together usually in a deck. I think without Barbarian or Guard, with some other source, I think D-King really had a chance to have another source of push. But because of those two types of different distraction, which was actually okay. But when you have that two together, it's pretty slow. Guards were, well, don't get me wrong, guards were actually chipping in some damage initially, but after a while it got rid of actually nothing, just chipping in some damage against the Giant, but against the Sparky it didn't do too much.
Yeah, well, we are going to get into the final 1v1 between Fav Gaming and TT Gaming. Kensumeshi getting the first triple draft win for Fav Gaming. Who's it going to be? Would you put Jack or Expo Master?
Depends.
Because they need the win.
I think Expo Master.
Okay. And for TT Gaming, will it be AUK or will it be AUK?
Yeah, because I'm thinking it has to be AUK from TT Gaming, and I think Expo Master has a better matchup in terms of style and deck choices. So I think if I were the coach from Bob Gaming, Expo Master versus AUK sounds about right.
Yeah.
To have a better chance of winning. Ooh, but it's Jack!
All right, Jack versus AUK in the 1v1 set. Now, we saw this earlier. We saw it in the King of the Hill. Jack played Lava Hound. AUK
Hoggies
stomped all over him.
Yes. Well, Crown win differential. 9 on the AUK side. Well, you know this player, guys. And Jack, first 2 weeks, yes, successful. But after a few matches, having a rough time. And it was actually Expo Master dragging the team.
Up, yeah. What's interesting is Jack is very well known for being a cycle player, but most of his decks have actually been in that kind of that mid-range, like 3.5 to 4.0 elixir. Like,
yeah, or
nothing
really
super low.
Yeah, or really quick low hog, like 2.6 or 2.3 that we have seen a few times last year.
Anyway, we have Fav Gaming's Jack in blue at the bottom, trying to close out a match against TT Gaming's AUK. It's too many. I was going to say TTG AUK, but then I was like, that's too many letters.
Too many 3 letters.
Too many letters there. Okay, what are we expecting to see? Dark Prince. So is this Goblin Giant Sparky from AUK, and is this going to be the Royal Hogs Heal Spirit Mini P.E.K.K.A deck for Jack?
And a 3 Musketeer from AUK immediately on the back of the King Tower there.
Well.
Well, we've been talking about this 3 Musketeer being causing some trouble in the arena.
Yep, there is a Heal Spirit. Lug comes in to close that down, and the Heal Spirit basically makes that 1 Musketeer nigh invincible as it's taken a little bit of damage, connects to the tower. Mega Knight, though, getting distracted by this Ice Golem. It's going to walk all the way across. Takes out the Dark Prince's shield, and then dies. Look at that. Again, mostly full.
Royal Hogs.
And it is Royal Hogs from AUK.
Yeah, gets the charge onto the Mini P.E.K.K.A, but still the Royal Hogs has been digging through that tower.
Miner coming in there, Flying Machine. The Hunter isn't going to be able to do much here. That Mini P.E.K.K.A is very healthy. AUK shakes his head. He knows he doesn't have much against this. He's going to have to eat 1. 2 hits from the Mini P.E.K.K.A. And you can see AUK not particularly happy, giving a sigh. He is down in elixir. Jack is up by about 2 or 3. And Jack just commanding advantage right now.
Yeah, that Mega Knight is also a big defensive tool for Jack.
Leaking a little bit of elixir. There's the 3 Musketeers from AUK, putting them all in the same lane this time, and the arrows come down. We're going to see Heal Spirit come out. No, here are the Royal Hogs. Mini P.E.K.K.A is going to start to chew through them, but Jack's going to have to eat a lot of damage here. Mega Knight shuts down those 3 Musketeers.
Yeah,
so that is the problem.
Easy.
Yeah, that's the problem of putting all 3 in the same lane against the Mega Knight player.
Yes, even if Jack only has
the Flying Machine connected to the tower.
Good catch.
All right, 194 remains. Hunter's going to chew through that. The Goblins are there. The log is in. Now, will AUK be able to eat this tower? And will he be able to deny Jack any more damage?
Mega Knight did a whole lot. Only arrows, so there's nothing else.
Oh, the miner does connect.
Okay.
Lucky for Jack that that miner turned around and connected instead of trying to follow that Ice Golem. It was...
But 215.
Yeah.
Left.
The other tower is doomed. That was pretty much AUK's only hope there, is if he could completely deny that miner, AUK would have won. But he couldn't stop it from turning around and smacking the tower one last time. So Jack takes game 1.
Yeah, so AUK, well, 3 Musketeer Royal Hogs, you're supposed to pair up 2-1 or 2-1-2-2 on both sides in timely manner, but because of that Mega Knight, you don't want that to happen.
You want to try and split them up in a way that the Mega Knight can't get extreme value. That P.E.K.K.A, though, that was some extreme value right there for 4 elixir.
Yeah, I think AUK wanted, wanted to buy some more time with the Heal Spirit, which was instantly gone for the Mini P.E.K.K.A, which caused 1 more hit from the Mini P.E.K.K.A from Jack.
I mean, that Mega Knight going ham there. You could tell that AUK was completely dedicated to trying to take that tower. The Ice Golem comes in, distracts, and then it just turns around. If it wasn't for that, AUK probably would have won it. I don't know if Jack would have had arrows back in cycle quick enough, but AUK knew it was over.
Yeah, and also there are lots of different type of Three Musketeer Royal Hogs decks. Yeah, some with the Hut, some with the Archer, instead of the Hunter.
Yeah, you can put archers in there for a little bit of quicker cycle.
Yeah,
but
the old times it was Magic Archer, but don't really see Magic Archer anymore after the distance change.
after he was butchered, after he was killed,
Basically,
he was a
yeah.
bit too strong. Let's be real. But
It was in too many decks.
yeah,
Yes.
but the minor Mega Knight flying machine. I like the deck from Jack. I just don't see where it works. I know I've
Minor
just seen
Barrel,
it
yeah.
win.
Yeah, Minor Barrel and the Hunter with the Mega Knight, that actually is a super defensive way. Just those two cards, you can block a lot. You can block most of the units, and you have a pretty quick cycle. And if your flying machine is actually getting value when there's no Fireball, we don't really see Fireball too many in the meta right now because of how many graveyards there are.
Yeah, so
It's mostly poison.
Poison,
So-
arrows, and log.
Yeah, so a lot of players are trying to sneak in that hole a little bit. Okay, it's mostly poison, so Flying Machine can actually find its value in a lot of those decks.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to say this, but was Jack a little lucky getting that P.E.K.K.A. to connect twice? I feel like AUK thought it was only going to get one. Realized that maybe it was a little pixel over a bit more than he thought it was.
Yeah, it was a lot, but even without those two hits, I think I really believe that Jack actually had a huge favor in terms of deck matchup there.
Okay.
So AUK, let's see what deck change that he has brought in game 2.
See what game 2 brings us, as we do see Snowball and then Skeletons. Jack could literally be playing E-Barbs right now. We wouldn't know at all.
Yeah, right. E-Barbs.
I don't see any cards down from Jack right now. It could be E-Barbs.
E-Barb Rage. Clone.
E-Barb Rage, Clone,
E-Barb Rage, Clone.
Sparky, Lava Hound, Skeleton Barrel.
Well, we've
With a
had
Goblin
that.
Hut
We've
just
had
for-
that
just
one
for
Expo
flavor.
Sparky game from Jack. I'm actually going to count. So, let's think outside of the box.
Jack's bringing Witch Giant with Sparky Three Musketeers.
I mean, you just come up with the weirdest deck possible.
I'm obviously not saying this is real because I have no idea what Jack will be playing. If I was a betting man, we're waiting this long. I think Jack is bringing something a little. I think Jack is gonna have
Or-
Goblin Giant Sparky.
Or I would imagine any type of bridge spam heavy from Jack too.
Graveyard Freeze.
Graveyard Freeze. There's a chance.
What
There's a
is
chance for AUK too, for Graveyard Freeze. Maybe not with a Snowball though.
No. You can have it with the Snowball. You change the Barbarian Barrel for the Snowball, and it does
But
work.
if you have the Freeze, you don't even need the Barbarian Barrel. So I think Snowball actually is a pretty good spell.
Well, we'll see. Musketeer played at the back here.
Battle Healer.
All right.
Golem time?
It
Finally?
looks like
Or
it
just
is.
another graveyard with the...
Looks like it is E-Golem time, but we have seen the Japanese teams be a bit sneaky and play those E-Golem looking decks where it ends up being a normal Golem. So we have to see if it is that this time round.
Or
No,
even
it's
a graveyard again.
graveyard.
With this change. Good knockback with the Snowball, eliminating all the tanks.
So what is the other tank? So this is just going to be the
Graveyard.
tank. Yeah, it's graveyard versus graveyard. Defensive poison from Jack. Barbell to distract the Musketeer here. Anyways, not much damage getting done this time for AUK, but that Baby Dragon's going to turn around. A couple of hits. Okay, this is the Barb Hut Healer Graveyard.
Which I think it'll find. Oh, but that poison is pretty tasty for Jack.
Yes, it is. Okay. Like, I'm just super interested in how this deck is going to work out for Jack. I've seen AUK's deck a couple of times, but
Yeah, defensive skeleton actually working really hard to eliminate those damage.
is that Mega Knight going to get the splash damage onto...
Yes,
it is. It's getting the splash damage. And that's not where you want the Battle Healer against the Mega Knight splash damage like that, because so much damage got done. And Jack is out.
That's 1-1 though.
That's 1-1.
That's 1-1. And you know what just happened? The Battle Healer kept those Barbarians all the way on the back. Couldn't really get through the Battle Healers.
But also, because the Battle Healer lives so long, with the Mega Knight getting the splash on both the Battle Healer and the tower, if that was something, let's say a Musketeer, it would have died. So he would have got 2 hits, and then maybe a couple of distractions would have come out, and you could have stopped and mitigated the damage. But because that Battle Healer lives so long, I think it was like a double-edged sword. It was like you just couldn't do anything as Jack. So here, right? The jump pushes her into range. Now when he hits, it's splashing.
Yeah, and there are like 2 skeletons that were also attached to the tower.
And look, because that Battle Healer lives so long, he can continue the splash, and then the Musketeer in the back, which was bar-barreled, survived, comes through. The Battle Healer, is the Battle Healer finally not one of the best cards in the game? It's finally caused someone to lose?
No, it's only in some circumstances.
All right, I really like that match. Graveyard mirror match. We were expecting, like, it was looking like E-Golem from Jack, though.
Yeah, for a second, until we saw the graveyard. No, with the Mega Minion E-Wiz, yes, there's still a few E-Golem decks. Even, yeah, without the E-Wiz, with the Night Witch, there's some E-Golem Rage. Still pretty popular up there, but so far, E-Golem just been out because if you just create one big attack, Graveyard is going to counter on the other side, which makes you basically vulnerable, and you can't really do much.
Could it also be the rise of, like, Mega Knight and Mini P.E.K.K.A being in so many decks? Is that what's causing the shift away from the Elixir Golem?
I think that's one of it. Well, one with the spawn damage. If you can change the Mega Knight or make some change, I'm not saying nerf. If you can change the Mega Knight just a little bit, would you reduce the spawn damage or
increase it?
You would increase the spawn damage.
Yeah, massively. I'd make it so big when it drops, it kills anything underneath it. Golem, boom, dead.
And make it 11 cost, right?
Exactly, an 11 cost card. Okay, game 2 was AUK played phenomenally. Game 3, the final game between these 2 players, and I can hear the Miner.
Let's go, Miner!
Already. If we could see the game. Okay, that's
game
a Mini
time.
P.E.K.K.A. That's a balloon.
I hear goblins.
Skeleton balloon.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Skeleton barrel. Oh, and the Mini P.E.K.K.A. Just the animation.
So luckily for us, we didn't miss anything spectacular during those seconds. We just missed a couple of the cards played.
Yeah, only I believe the damage went in from the skeleton barrel damage and the arrows. Now with the Miner and the goblins getting too many stabs, actually.
That's a lot of stabs.
Yeah, 700 damage.
All right,
from the Miner
is the balloon from Jack. Miner, balloon. The Hunter, though, is there. That's gonna shut it down just before it gets onto the tower.
And the units also don't get the damage from the death. So, AUK not bad, and the Snowball not really perfect. Still, those skeletons did some damage.
So what does AUK have against the balloon? He has the Hunter. And that's it so far.
Yeah, that's about it.
Does he have something like archers with this Miner deck?
It would be a replacement for Hunter though. So I think AUK has to just find a lot of a better offense along with the Miner. Yeah, and the Mega Knight no air or spawn damage. So yeah, Jack might be actually finding himself an okay time.
Well, he has an advantage so far with only one okay, Fly Machine. It's not the greatest against Balloon, though. It does take quite some time for it to take it down, and the Balloon can just run through it. But look at the damage getting done by AUK on that right-hand side. Jack is just being pressured out of playing that Balloon. Like,
yeah, but this Flying Machine out of range from the Princess Towers.
Like, Jack looks like he has an advantage with this Balloon. There's not much of anti-air. Bar barrel there to eat the damage. Nice snowball. We've seen that multiple times. The Balloon does actually get a connection this time. One big drop.
Yeah, so the AUK has to create a better counter attack here with the Hunter Flying Machine locked onto the Ice Golem 4 now, and the Musketeer catches on.
Yeah, AUK is putting on so much pressure trying to stop Jack from getting those balloons out because he knows he doesn't have a great answer. However, is he going to be able to keep doing that? Because this balloon is getting dangerously close to the tower.
Yeah, that tower's gone even with a death damage, so AUK has to make one work, but the Niner is caught away from the tower, and it should be game for Jack. There's no other spell other than the arrow.
That snowball to push the Miner into the King Tower? Ooh, boy.
Yeah, he didn't need the snowball for the balloon, so that's a spell kept for your own defense.
Yeah, Jack taking game 3 here of match 20 in CRL East. Special season, FAV Gaming closing out the win. They break their just terrible record in triple draft. Kensumeshi finally wins, and then Jack took AUK, who AUK has been on an absolute tear this season.
Yeah, that's right. And Jack finally brings the win to the team. Again, now TT Gaming from a 4-1, they're now dropped down to 4-2. Still in second place, I believe, but that creates some more gap from WEDGM's.
Well, we're going to see WEDGM next against Ponos.
That's right.
Ponos do not have a good record, so it looks as though WEDGM, based on what has happened so far this season, are going to finish tonight 5-0.
That seems very likely, but Ponos, you can never underestimate them. If they can actually create a win and create some flop in the standings, the last 2 days of regular season is going to be super interesting. And we'll take a short break before match 3.
are... There we
Now
go.
we're back.
There we're back. We are back with some more Clash Royale League East special season action with WEDGM going against Ponos first versus 8th. Is this going to be the bloodbath we all expect, or are you expecting Ponos to start their campaign today?
Yeah, that's a good storyline, but I think Ponos has a shot. I think Ponos actually has a shot, even though it's first versus 8. That's all the history and the record. WEDGM certainly with Wanga or Solomon higher, they're strong, and also Peas really strong as a squad. But Ponos, I think they're still struggling. I actually think they're having a struggling hard time with the roster. Who they actually have with the King of the Hill, in which order, and who plays King TPD, and also the 1v1. If they can actually get that down in a pattern where they start winning, then it's okay. But because they kept on losing everything, basically every single match, they still are yet to really find the good pattern for their roster. That's I think the main reason why they're still struggling.
Well, I mean, the one shining light for Ponos at this point of the season is that KK is on an absolute tear, right? He is just winning pretty much everything. He's beaten AUK, Xiaoke, Donnie, Jack, Little Chen, Line. But when he loses, there's no one to pick up the pieces in King of the Hill. He lost to Expo Master. That was it. The rest of the team just collapsed under Expo Master. He swept them. He beat KK, then he beat Yakatori, then he beat Rad. Once KK goes, right now it looks like Ponos cannot mount a defense to stop the rest of the crumble.
It's time for Rad or like Ricky Jones to actually really step up and take more than one game for King of the Hill, or actually become, and that plus bringing a match or a set for TPD would actually guarantee Ponos a win at least. Yeah, having those secondary ace players is crucial right now because they only have 2 matches left, I believe. After this match, just one more?
Something like that.
No, after this match, just two more. Yeah, so it's really tough. They do get to play in the playoff, but in the losers, I think by now, for sure, unless you get 3-4.
Unless results go their way, yes. It will be near impossible because I think it'll go to head-to-head and crown count, and then they still lose those. So it's going to be very, very close. I think right now you're playing for seeding if you're Ponos. WEDGM pretty much have qualified for
the top four.
The top 4
playoff.
Yeah, there's no real way they can fall from grace hard enough not to make it because
the worst is 4-3 for them.
Yeah, and that's a winning record. Pretty much puts you in there right now. So WEDGM are safe. Are they gonna play this differently because of that? Are they gonna try and hold off on this weekend, like the super weekend of Clash Royale League East?
No, I think you just go full out. It just carries on. Season record 7-0. As a team, you just want to have that marked down. We're the only team with a 7-0. We stand up on top against everyone in CRL East. And if you go into playoff like that, it's...
Look at those win rates. They talk for themselves. 75% King of the Hill. 75% triple draft, 100% win rate. When it gets down to that final set, and they've been there twice. They were against Fav Gaming and they were against Team Timing. Both times WEDGM just shut the door on their opponent's face. We have Hire and Rad on the screen. Not exactly the numbers that you would expect from Rad. I think many of us were expecting like Ponos to be considerably better than they are this season. And I was expecting Rad to finally step up. Maybe Reiki Jones and Yakatori, like the 2v2 players, to finally say like, look at me, there's no Mikan Boyer anymore. I want to play 1v1. I want to be the superstar on this team. But those shoes have been filled by KK, but then the rest of the team kind of fell off.
Yeah, exactly. As we talked a lot about KK, and Tengat had his moment. Reiki Jones, well, before, if it was the Ponos previously, last year or the year before, there were moments from Reiki Jones where he just stepped up and had 2 wins or 3 wins in a row in King of the Hill. I think it's now or never for Ponos. Really good time to try everyone basically, along with KK for Ponos, King of the Hill. Maybe just putting KK as the first player. Changing the order of how Ponos actually rolls in King of the Hill might catch your opponent off guard and meet your counter in that way. In deck selection.
Definitely possible, but look at WEDGM. All pretty much positive win rates. P's with a 3-3 because every time he wins one, he then goes and plays Golem in the next match and loses. I don't know what it is about P's, but I love it because it's just like, I'll win, and then I'll play Golem. I'll win.
That's what he's
and then
best
I'll play Golem.
at. Yeah.
Occasionally, he wins with Golem, and then in the second game, he's like, all right, I'm going to play Golem again and loses. Like, the guy cannot get more than one win at a time.
Okay, we do have Rad for Ponos.
It's going to be Rad versus Wanga. Okay. So you would say Wanga, not Wanj, right?
Wanga, yes.
Okay. Because the British part of me is like, that's Wanj.
Well, we have to stay close to the Chinese pronunciations, at least a little closer.
So it's not Wang. It's not Wanj. It's Wanga. It's right. Wanga.
Yes.
Okay. Rad. Choosing mostly in that 3.5 to 4.0, same as Wanga. So are we going to be seeing a lot of graveyards from these two? Is that what you think's going to happen today?
I mean, from Ponos, similar to Fob, I think they have to really have some different playstyle in making. We've had some battle healers from Fob. And
Wanga played that really weird Sparky Wizard Giant Rage deck. He played a Sparky Wizard Giant and a Rage.
And not in a triple draft.
And not in triple draft. That was in a legitimate 1v1 King of the Hill. So maybe we're going to see something funky from Wanga, or maybe something standard. We find out relatively soon. Looks like it's going to be a wall breaker.
A quick wall breaker from Rad.
Especially with the bats, the musketeer.
Yeah, minor.
Yep, it's looking like a quick cycle for Rad. And Golem for Wanga? Or could he be playing?
It's the graveyard that we...
Yeah, it could be playing the graveyard version. Will it come in now? No. There's a Mega Knight. Jumping right in the face of the Battle Healer. And even against the P.E.K.K.A. and the Mega Knight, she still doesn't die, and it's a Ram Rider.
Yeah, with the Ram Rider spam in this way. Okay, Wanga having a big twist. No charge.
Yeah, but got the Mega Knight got the jump for Rad. It connected with the tower ever so slightly, so 1866, and now this Musketeer is just going to start closing that down.
That zap saved. Yeah, Rad, a whole lot of bullets for that Musketeer to load up and destroy that tower. More than half HP already gone on that bottom right, so Wanga, with that Ram Rider condition, you can have some... Okay, with...
It's just going to let that go?
Yeah, with this defense from Rad, I think Wanga has to focus a lot more on those dashes from the Bandit instead of the Ram Rider.
All right, Rad smells blood. He's going to go down that left-hand side. The E-Wiz does come down to shut down the bats. Does that mean that Wanga can't do what he wants to do? We'll find out. Is that Ram Rider going to come down? The answer is no. All right, who's it looking better for right now, G-Clef? Who are you going to say has the winning hand?
No, if you have anything bridge spam and then your opponent has a Mega Knight, you are in trouble. So the secondary win condition can be created with the Bandit. We've seen that happen from triple draft, but also in regular games. So Wanga, I think focusing on the Bandit timing is the key here.
But it is not looking good for him here. So the Battle Healer obviously survives everything. The Baby Dragon is going to get some... Yeah, those wall breakers are not going to make it. Fireball comes in. That Musketeer is probably going to go down to a tower shot. All right, so slowly back and forth. The Miner does connect. Didn't get caught out by the Bandit. Has to throw down an emergency healer there.
Ooh, yeah, caught that second wall breaker. Nicely done from Wanga. That could have been dangerous with the mini P.E.K.K.A.
This is looking like Rad will be able to take it. If he can hold on for another couple of minutes, he will be able to take this. We are deep into double elixir time, but it is sudden death. And those wall breakers had to be E-Wiz, but one still gets the connection. 764 now on that left-hand side.
Yeah, with the slow, Remnant actually does connect to the tower, but still ways ahead to go for Wanga. And both are having less than 4 digits now in HP.
Ooh, and eating another wall breaker there.
Yeah, that should have been a little closer to the tower, which locks those wall breakers down.
It's not looking good for Wanga here, is it? We see a mini P.E.K.K.A coming in. The Musketeer slowly taking us out of the way. Miner doesn't connect, but the wall breakers are going down the right-hand side, and there is nothing to deal with those boys. So 268 against 383. And it looks like Wanga may does decide to fireball. This time has got something decent, the Bandit and the Baby Dragon here.
And it's still healing, and the Bandit's still on the tower. 43, another hit actually is a tower down for Wanga. Sneaks in a Bandit and keeps the Baby Dragon alive with that heal spirit.
He looks as surprised as we
battle
are.
healer.
He looks as surprised as we are. He was like, wait, did I win?
No, he had that plan. Okay, he had no other way. That was his last shot.
There is no
last
way.
bullet for him.
You looked at his face at the end, and he had no idea what just happened.
No, his Ramrunner was getting blocked way too many times. So his win condition, he certainly knew, was the Bandit.
He was not expecting to win that at that point, right? I'm telling you, his facial expression.
What was HP left on the bottom right after the miner?
1-6 something. 156.
Yeah, so not enough for 2 zaps. And the Mega Knight came down just a little too late. Bandit snuck in.
But what was the MVP there was the Battle Healer keeping that Baby Dragon alive and tanking the tower. The Bats came in a bit late. Bandit gets the charge. Everything goes down. It all went horribly wrong for Rad in about 15 seconds.
So if Rad actually saved that miner, which drew out a fireball, which is 1 more cost, still for a another defensive unit, which allowed Mega Knight to drop just a little earlier. I mean, the Bandit, it was about the timing of the spawn. If it spawned just like 0.2 seconds earlier, then the Bandit does not get the dash onto the tower, then it's going to be missing the damage. I think Baby Dragon was also locked onto the tower for at least few shots, right?
The which, sorry?
The Baby Dragon.
Oh, yeah, the
bottom,
Baby Dragon got a couple
left.
of hits, yeah.
Along with the Bandit. But you don't really expect that much damage to come out at the end, where Rad basically had that game, folded, and was ready to put it in his pocket.
It was signed, sealed, and then burnt in the last second. Like that letter had like "do not return" on it, and he still lost it.
I've actually marked a check on Rat's side and then had to cross it because
it looked like it was done. And I mean, I'm not lying when I say Wanga legitimately looks surprised that he won that game.
How much damage was that towards the end? Over 2,000?
2,300, yeah. There was not much damage done to those towers at all. And I mean, his towers were both very low. And Brett still lost.
Yeah, Battle Healer.
You know, when we
Certainly
say
the MVP.
When we say it is all going wrong for Ponos this season, that is the game you can point to and say this is why. They play well, they're in control, and they switch off.
And then with a snap,
half a second.
With a snap, they just lose control of everything.
Yeah.
That happened a few times in Triple Draft too.
Yeah, 100%. It happens to Ponos more than anyone else. Like, I don't know if it's an endurance thing that they're getting worn out, because the games they lose like that do go into that overtime period, and it seems they're just not capable of keeping up the pace this season. I know that sounds weird, like, oh, this is mobile esports, and he's talking about endurance, and it's a 5-minute game. But it legitimately could be that they're just not mentally hard enough this season.
Yeah, in terms of deck advantage, yes, we already know the answer from game 1. Well, Wanga just not giving up until the last second. That's what you need as for a pro mindset.
Yeah, I mean, Wanga basically had a mountain to climb, and instead of climbing it, he decided to get in a helicopter and just powerlift himself to the top. I'm still in shock that Rad kind of threw it that badly. Like it all fell. It was like building a house of cards. You get to the last two, you're gonna put them on top, all nice and pretty, finish your tower, and then you sneeze and the tower just falls down. That's what that game was. But we're gonna go into Reiki Jones versus Wanga, game 2 between WEDGM and Ponos in this King of the Hill.
Yep, Ponos need a savior right now, and that better be Reiki Jones.
Would you say they need a hero?
And that's Reiki Jones. No, still there is KK, so all the hopes are still not lost.
So Reiki Jones hasn't played that many games this season. He has played Goblin Giant Sparky. He played Graveyard last week.
And the minor is just
Minor Wall Breaker cycle too is what Reiki Jones has played.
another minor skeleton barrel, and Wanga so far Sparky, Goblin Giant
Yeah.
seems likely.
We have to see what Reiki Jones has with the minor. It
And
is a Lava Hound.
Yeah, with the Mega Minion, we felt that Lava. Because today, Lava 0-2.
Yeah, this same deck feels like it is going to be 0-3 at the end.
And
Okay,
Barbarians,
Sparky. Ooh, Barbarians come just in time.
Yeah, but still, the Goblin Giant actually
Wailing
out
on that
more than 1,000 damage. Also, the Spear Goblins are locked onto the Princess Tower.
Yeah, now Mini P.E.K.K.A, there's nothing to stop it. That's going to be another hit. And ooh, almost got 2. And the Miner comes in. There's the Baby Dragon.
Yeah, minor with the Baby Dragon because Reiki Jones had to do some more damage. Yeah, with that Baby Dragon alive.
Okay. Already had the good game already. Goblin Hut comes down. Dark Prince going to just start to take that down. Bar Barrel. It is not looking good for Reiki Jones right now. Like, I can't... This deck has not performed well today. And it let a P.E.K.K.A through, and that's just a repeat of what we saw in FAB.
Okay, we will. Let's see. It's not over, and still Reiki Jones was able to do about half HP down on the bottom left.
Yep.
One good Lava Minor lock is good to push a tower.
There's a Lightning closing out all that just back-end stuff, and this Mini P.E.K.K.A is free to go on the tower. Sparky finishes it.
Finally, there's that minor combo, but the zap to get those pups out. So,
and this Mini P.E.K.K.A is it going to go onto the Crown Tower now? It's on the King Tower. 1 hit, 2 hit. It is closing that down. Sure, 3-3-5 remains on that bottom left-hand tower.
Need some more damage from the minor plus the poison for Reiki Jones to bring one tower down, but perfect defense with that Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, the Mini P.E.K.K.A is proving to be a big issue with these Lava Hound decks because they just can't stop it. Sure, the Barbarians are there, but this is a repeat of what we saw with FAB.
And oftentimes, it actually becomes a matchup against the Sparky.
But I mean,
weirdly enough.
the Mini P.E.K.K.A was already on the tower. That Sparky hit, sure, it was nice, but the Mini P.E.K.K.A would have finished it anyway. And we see this. This is the second time it's happened today with this same Lava Hound deck. Your opponent has anything that goes along the ground and you cannot deal with it.
Yeah, it's also the matchup. As you just have a hard time against the Goblin Giant Sparky.
Well, I mean, it's not just the Goblin Giant Sparky though, it's anything with a Mini P.E.K.K.A. He just doesn't have the tools to stop it. Here you go, look, it runs underneath the Baby Dragon. He has no elixir left to distract and eats a hit. That lightning was beautiful though, I gotta admit, that lightning was beautiful. But here's the Mini P.E.K.K.A again. Okay, if it's not Sparky now, Mini P.E.K.K.A's right there. It's a really, really rough matchup for that Lava Hound.
It's
but
hard.
that Lava Hound deck has rough matchups against nearly everything we've seen in CR at least this season. I'm struggling, G-Clef, struggling to see how what we've seen from players this season in this tournament, how this deck is working.
Against Graveyard, you can make it work. I think that was the best bet they're willing to have. With the Barbarians and Baby Dragons limiting you can't really have a perfect defense against the Graveyard, but you take less for more. That's what you have for Lava against the Graveyard, but matchups just did not happen today. And that's quite unlucky for the deck choices that they're bringing.
I guess they've been heavily sniped.
And also what why we're being sort of negative about the Lava choices is because you can get some Graveyard deck choices, which is okay, but there are lots of other options that's also possible, not just the Lava. So that's the reason why we have been criticizing just a little more.
I just don't know what to think of that deck. It's
solid. It's been around for years and years, but
it is not performing well this season, and we've seen the Japanese teams. I want to say, it seems the Japanese teams are scrimming very hard against each other because they all bring similar decks. That
Ponos
deck,
and Fab.
Yeah, Ponos and Fav. There are two Japanese teams, and I think they're only scrimming against each other because they both found this deck. They both run the deck.
Or there are lots of chances. Like a lot of the West players, they're also finding a lot of scrim partners. They're always looking for players on Twitter. They're saying, okay, any Sarah player that wants to scrim against me. There are always players like that. I'm pretty sure they do run against them, but even if you get that percentage win rate, it's pretty good with the Lava. Maybe we should try. We've already had many tries. Maybe it's time for a big change for both of the teams.
Yeah.
In terms of deck choices.
It really feels like it. KK, the last hero of Ponos, has it all to do. Could he be the first player to do the dirty ult sweep?
Dirty ult sweep with the Lava?
Where he takes...
KK makes it work.
He finishes the King of the Hill, and then maybe he goes into triple draft
and picks
2-0s
Lava
there.
again?
We never know. He could be the hero that Ponos have, but he is definitely going to be the hero they need right now because he has to win Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5 against the strongest team in CRL East. It's all to do for that man on your screen, KK. Is he going to be able to do it, or is he going to bring the Lava Hound Barbarian deck? We'll find out
real soon, and Wanga is about to have a 3-0. If he wins another game.
Yeah?
W4D1
on an absolute tear. They're horrifying.
We knew they were strong to begin with through the season. It's getting scarier every single time they play.
Yeah, a lot of teams kind of hit the reset button after Worlds. W4D1 hit the, all right,
we don't need any change.
Let's just get better. We came second. Next time, let's come first. And they didn't change anything really about the structure of their team.
So good Baby Dragon timing to keep those Spirit Goblins alive. Just to draw out one more card, and it is the Battle Healer. See the Battle Healer with the Graveyard today in this setup. See the Ram Rider. Yeah, it's more of a bridge spam deck with the Cannon card. So good timing for Wanga to find that hole.
Look at the Battle Healer going to town with the Spear Goblins behind it.
Can KK make this Lava work?
I'm going to have a brain aneurysm.
Miner... Is it? Yes.
There's the Miner. It is now released into the path of that Musketeer. Poison to take out the pups.
Defensive poison. And the Musketeer actually survives. Well,
Wanga must be rubbing his hands with glee right now because this is the third time he has seen this deck today. Second time he's been against it though. All right, could it be slightly different? Baby Dragon against Baby Dragon with Spirit Goblins helping.
Yeah. KK needs to have that HUD.
So what is with the Battle Healer and Cannon card in this deck? What's that last card? For Wanga, what is the last card?
You can still basically have a Bandit in here. I believe it's just another
Ram Rider.
Still willing to just go in charge along with that card.
Yeah, the defensive poison. And the thing about the Ram Rider is it changes direction so much it does this to the Barbarians in the poison. They are so weak as they get across the bridge. This Lava Hound is going to have to face the Baby Dragon. There is some Spear Goblins there. The Battle Healer to distract. Great block. Defensive poison. No, offensive poison, sorry. Comes down. Does clean up. Damage is getting done now. KK is making this deck work. The Ram Rider doesn't get a hit. Now it's Cannon Cart against a whole host of Blonde Barbarians who charge that.
Yeah, because KK is keeping those Spear Goblins alive, causing some more elixirs to be out from Wanga. Finding success to this moment. Okay, good log. And the heals come back for that Musketeer.
Yep, those Barbarians now proving to be an absolute distraction in the middle. Wanga can start his poison cycle and win. He's just 2 away. 2 poisons will do it. There's the first. Is there enough now to distract against everything else that can come until he can cycle back? The Miner is coming underneath. That's going to start trying to take out that Miner. Now the Miner, the baby
the
dragon.
battery load all the way on the back, so it takes a little too much damage and could not tank the damage from the baby dragon and the spear. I think the safer choice certainly was the other side of the Princess Tower. And he could have actually dragged it onto another poison and win the game himself.
So that Lava Hound deck finally gets a win.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, put the check mark in the right box. So it finally gets a win, but it did not look clean. That did not look like a clean victory. That looked, if that Battle Healer was put in front of the tower instead of behind the tower,
yeah,
it would have carried on. I don't think it'd have been able to finish it. The Ram Rider though, shut down. Is this what the deck was designed to go against? Because those barbs were just shut down so quickly.
Yeah, some bridge spam. And also against quick battles, I think they're also okay.
Alright, Musketeer was trying to do what it could. Poison came down. Now it's 1 poison away. The positioning on that Battle Healer was, I guess, just trying to catch the Miner, but it just seemed real slow.
So what Wanga thought, okay, there's the Musketeer, blocking the damage of the Miner. If KK needs to win, he needs to connect the Miner to the tower directly. So Wanga thought, okay, let's put it on the opposite side of the Musketeer, so either one would catch the Miner, but because of that decision making, actually got the Musketeer down immediately, and KK was thinking the opposite. Okay, I'm gonna snipe the Musketeer so all of my units actually connect to the tower.
Alright, now picture this. You're against WEDGM. You're KK. Taking out Wanga. And then Solomon, the head shake of doom, comes out in second spot. This is a rough night for KK. I mean,
or he can have the best night.
He can have the greatest night of his life, but this is a massive challenge for someone who is at the top of his game like KK is at the moment.
Well, we'll see. So far, Lava, 1 victory. I mean,
1 victory, 4 losses.
I mean, keeping that Lava forever, I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they did it in was it game 1 when we first saw the Lava? I think game 2.
Yeah, with Red, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
and also some games from Fob that just happened.
So it's lost so many times tonight, and KK is the only one. But KK is a god, right? KK is legitimately on top of his game. Like last season in CRL, when it was CRL Asia, he had a bit of a rough season. He's come to Ponos and is basically godlike right now. He is not losing. He's playing out of his mind. Is it his fault that this Lava Hound deck is played so much because he can win with it?
But not for too many other players. Then, no, I don't think that lines up too well. just thinking logically here for all the Japanese teams for Ponos and Fob. So, I want to move topic though.
Okay.
Into Solomon. He has been finding a lot of success. Initially, starting from week 1 with Royal Log decks, Wall Breaker decks, and also the Barrel decks. Just meta-defining decks along with his Graveyard Mirror matchup. He has been winning it hard from offensive poison, saving those poisons and having those 1-2 card tweaks. Instead of having Musketeer, he would bring like the Dark Goblin or like the Archers.
Yep.
I think those small tweaks and the spells instead of having like a Barb Barrel, you would have the Snowball instead. And those spell usage has been superb, getting a lot of elixir trade.
But also, despite Solomon's very impressive record, he makes mistakes, shakes his head, and then just dominates the game. Like, he's let 4 wall breakers in one game on the same tower, and was just like shaking his head, and then he wins the game near flawlessly after that point. So, although he has played a vast majority of decks this season, he's played a wide array. His defense is not perfect until he has taken critical damage. He has to take critical damage before he shuts the doors.
So he needs to be on the rage mode.
Pretty much, yeah. All right, WEDGM Solomon in blue at the bottom, and KK for Ponos in red at the top. And we have Ice Spirit and Goblin Gang out. Is this going to be Mega Knight Miner?
Oh, there's Mega Knight Skeleton Barrel.
Yeah,
that's
what I was
one.
thinking. With the Mega Knight in there as well. No, with a Valkyrie.
Can still switch off, and there's some Hog decks still, but not with the Princess too much.
Well, Hog Rider could work, because, oh, it's a barrel.
Yeah,
okay.
it's KK special, a Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, Solomon was just like, I know what you're going to do. I'll bring the log, make sure that I could stop this. Here's the 3/4 health Baby Dragon crossing the bridge, stunned up. One. Ooh, I thought it was going to get one.
It actually has been a while since we saw an Ice Spirit.
Yeah.
Good to see that smiley face.
He's been completely replaced by a Hail Spirit pretty much in most decks. But it does have a place. There's, oh, where's the log? No, okay, Cannon Card, but this Valkyrie connects. That's taking massive damage, Solomon.
Too many spins. Way too many spins. So here comes another bridge spam, and Tesla ready to go.
Yep, Ram Rider doesn't get a hit or a charge onto that Tesla.
Yep, and also pulled out of range, away from that Princess Tower.
I did see a little bit of a head shake from Solomon, so it's almost over.
So you're saying game's over. Is he on the rage mode yet? Still
No,
above,
these were
above
only
50% on HP.
Yeah, they were only half head shake, so I don't think it counts right now. All right, so KK is playing an incredibly quick cycle deck. Does he have an answer for the heal, the battle healer? Because battle healer is incredibly tricky.
He has a lot of distractions, so...
Yeah, it's incredibly tricky to deal with. There's the log. I was expecting it to be played much further back by the look of it. Musketeer is not going to get to the tower. Ice Spirit coming in clutch there for KK. Poison down takes care of the Princess.
Yeah. Okay, catches the Valkyrie from the bridge, so at least the Princess Tower does not lock onto it. And Solomon, okay, Tesla placed, so you can't really go left either.
Yeah. You can see the difference in the cycle speeds. KK can go through pretty much his whole deck and throw out 2 barrels, while Solomon is still waiting for that log to get back in hand. So he'll log this. The next barrel that comes down, he won't have log because he doesn't cycle quick enough to get to it.
The main problem is actually the Tesla. When Ram Rider is supposed to connect, or even the Cannon Cart, and the push from the log, pretty powerful, and the Tesla stops everything.
Does he have his log in cycle? No, he has to answer with the Cannon Cart again. Oh, I saw a head shake from Solomon. It's over. No, but KK is looking complete control this time. And it looks as though he might have Solomon's number. This cycle is ridiculously quick. Solomon is really struggling. But if it gets to triple elixir time, will that put the ball in Solomon's court? That is what we're going to have to find out. 2 Teslas now shutting down that Ram Rider. The Valkyrie is there to finish her up. And 2 Princesses from KK. There's the Goblin Barrel this time. The log should be in cycle. Oh, no, this is the Cannon Car cycle. Okay.
Yeah, just misses it, Solomon. He knows he's out of spells too, and then KK with the rocket. Just enough. 1 overkill with that final damage.
Ooh, KK, is he gonna do it?
Finds another victory for Ponos. A Let's say, for those of you guys who do not know KK, this is his signature deck.
Yeah.
When he needed like the finals of a season, he would bring it on stage. Sometimes with a win, sometimes with a loss, but he's been known with this deck forever.
Yeah, he outcycled and outplayed Solomon here. I mean, the fact that you can just read it. Every barrel that's logged, there is one equal barrel that is cannon carted. It was like an immutable law of this game, and KK played flawlessly.
I mean, what other card do you have that's good against the Goblin Barrel other than the log? Not much. You can't have a perfect defense with any other card but the log.
Yeah, he just didn't have anything low enough cycle. He played
And
a very
KK's
heavy
cycle
deck.
is about 2 times faster. It's 3.3 here, but without the rocket, it's about 3.
Yeah, and his low cycle is what? 1, 2, 3, 3. So what's that? 1, 3, 6, 9 elixir bottom cycle. Like his lowest cycle is technically just super low. Solomon's was super high, and he was just outcycled, outplayed. This man is coming up. Peas is the final boss of WEDGM tonight. It's final boss versus final boss. KK has taken it against Wanga. He's taken it against Solomon. Will he take it against Peas? Is Peas going to play Golem in this 5th game?
I would like to see signature versus signature. Goblin
if-
Barrel versus Golem.
If that's the case,
Then
the
KK
Goblin-
brings it.
the Goblin, yeah, KK will close
Or
it out.
Peas can actually just go for 3 crown. One gigantic, hectic push.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Or Peace has some pocket, like he's just whipped out like the dictionary of Golem and he's flicking through the pages. It's like, okay, I'm against a log bait player.
Yeah.
Oh, I have this deck, but I fancy this deck tonight. It's just
Yeah,
pointing it
also
out.
Peas I've looked up. If I remember, I think it was Peas who has been practicing a lot of E-Golem.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe he switched out from the Golem to the E-Golem section, which we haven't seen it yet today. Yeah, not too bad. A similar type of one heavy big push style. And I think in terms of how he plays it, yeah, it works pretty well, but against KK.
I mean, the last time Peace came out, he played the Graveyard and won, and then played the Golem and lost. So I don't know what he's going to bring. I really want him to see. Really want to see Golem because I like watching Peace play Golem. But is it the right deck to bring against KK? I'm gonna say no.
So against what KK has just played, the double barrel actually works really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it depends on how you snipe onto those princess. They actually become a very good distraction. And on other spell bait, they can get to the bridge, and if they start shooting 1 or 2 shots to you directly to your tower, it just gets annoying. You just have to take care of it with some kind of spell or a card at the bridge.
Mm-hmm. I'm just amazed at the symmetry of Wanga's win-loss ratio. It's a thing of beauty. Beat Legend, lost to Onion. Beat Danny, lost to Jack. Beat Greed, lost to Sado.
1-1.
Yeah. WL, WL, WL. It's a thing of beauty. I don't know. I cannot tell what KK is going to play. Is he going to play that Lava Hound deck? It could work. If Peas brings that Golem deck, it could work. But if he doesn't, KK's made it work against other things that no one else has. So it's going to be interesting to see as we get into WEDGM's Peas versus Panos' KK. Look at that. 83.3% of decks that Peas plays is 4.1 elixir or above.
Those are all golems.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are all golems. Nate and KK. If he brings another golem, KK might just find himself a pretty lucky game. Says, okay, I'm just gonna catch you out of cycle 10 times in a row.
So we're gonna get into
Uh-huh.
it. KK has come into this King of the Hill. He took out Wanga. He took out Solomon. Will he be able to take out WEDGM's Peas? We're gonna find out, and it's a Mega Minion played by Peas. What is he gonna support this with? Goblin Hut going down the opposite side.
So is it? Let's see. Wait for a few more cards. I'd like to see Peas actually bringing that lava deck.
Flying Machine now.
But the Dark Prince still gets a charge.
Yeah, nothing to stop it. Is he gonna have anything to stop this Sparky coming down there?
Sparky with Goblin Giant,
Graveyard?
but he's not really concerned about the right side. Yeah, with the Baby Dragon tanking. Oh, Barbarians do come down, but eats a Sparky shot to the tower.
Yeah. Peas ate the Sparky shot. The barbs came way too late. Tried to arrows and protect the Flying Machine from the bats, but it was just way too late. All right, the Barbarians just going to start eating into this tower. So we see Mini P.E.K.K.A go down. So Peas has got a lot of damage down right now, but because it's split across two, how is he going to be able to win this? Dark Prince.
Yeah, he's sacrificing his own hut, which is not a good sign. And still the Musketeer wins. So this push alone with the Earthquake, KK's got a good trade on his own. He's winning the game and he's winning it even more.
So this is the Lava Hound deck, isn't it?
Yeah, in a different matchup. Finally we see from not a Japanese player.
So there is the Lava Hound. How is Peas gonna make this work? So KK has showed that this deck can win in CRL East. Miner played deep there. Musketeer, Flying Machine, okay. Is this the matchup it was intended to win? Does he have anything to stop this Sparky shot from getting in? The barbs come right at the right time, but he did lose 4 barbs instead of just the 2.
Yeah, because of barbs, no real good timing for his own miner.
What is he going to be able to defend with here? This is very heavily in KK's favor. We've seen time and time again that Mini P.E.K.K.A just can walk underneath this push. Miner goes down to the back, but everything is distracted there, and it looks as though it is gonna be
KK!
over. KK!
Wow. Having that
first sweeps.
reverse sweep, King of the Hill by himself.
Well, that Lava Hound deck, I hope that's a chapter closed.
And most of the time, matchup against the Goblin Giant Sparky.
Yeah. And it doesn't do well against that deck. It is super hard to play against. Like, the Lava Hound deck clearly struggles against Goblin Giant Sparky. And yeah, that one hit, the barbs just came a bit too late. Goblin Giant finishes up the tower.
Needed some more elixir piece. Using those arrows to keep that Baby Dragon plus the Flying Machine alive for maybe 1-2 more shot. Costed him big right there, eating a Sparky shot instead.
Yeah, 3 Sparkies, 3 Goblin Giants, 2 Sparky hits on the tower, was it? 66% conversion rate on the Sparky. That's a good ratio to have at the end of a game. KK, it was looking so bad for Ponos. KK comes out and is just like, guys, I got this. Don't worry. I can single-handedly destroy WEDGM. And the dirty sweep is on.
He did for King of the Hill, but now it's time for a
triple draft. Would you put KK in for that dirty sweep?
No,
We've had the clean sweep.
You need KK for 1v1. 100% for Ponos.
Yeah. Well,
1000%.
A man can dream. A man can dream that the dirty sweep gets completed here, where it's a reverse sweep into that the triple draft. Who is it going to be if it's not KK? Who would you put out now with the positivity?
Rad, Reggie Jones, either of those players, I think, is a really good fit.
I mean, Rad and Reiki Jones just got manhandled by Wanga.
Just a single game, though.
But
triple
I mean,
draft, I think you just have to, pick one. It doesn't have to be from those two. They still have a pretty big roster.
Yakitori. Could be... It's really hard to say who it's going to be. I don't know. If you don't put KK there to close it down, it could literally be anyone.
Or Tengan.
Tengod would not be a bad shout. Tengod did beat Jack 2-1 in Triple Draft. So Tengod might be the better idea here. Maybe that's where Tengod can fit into this roster. Maybe that's a good choice. Good shout. Solomon probably from WEDGM, unless they feel like trying higher or yeah. Peas I don't think would play very well in Triple Draft.
Unless he meets Golem in his win condition.
But he's not a one-trick pony.
Yeah, or like a giant.
Peas is not a one-trick pony. He can play beatdown with a Golem, and he can play beatdown without a Golem. That's not a one-trick pony. It's a two-trick. All right, so Solomon most likely will be coming out for WEDGM. Tengod, or would you say Reiki?
I would say Tengan. In this matchup against WEDGM, if you're really looking for chances, Tengan, unless you had some different result from your own scrim from Triple Draft or Ponos, I think, yeah, best chance right now, of course, Solomon. Solomon from WEDGM, who holds basically all the records for the team.
Ooh, and it's going to be Yakitori for Ponos. Okay, Yakitori has played one King of the Hill this season and did lose to Expo Master by 1 crown. 0% win rate against a player with 17 matches and a 70% win rate. Oof. That's the kind of result that will get you nerfed. Please nerf Solomon. I think he's a bit too strong in this meta.
Well, if you're good, not just in this meta. He's been good
in the
for
last one too,
he was good in years before.
All right, so the draft is ongoing. Solomon already throwing out the head shake. He's stuck on his first choice. I really wish I could see what that first choice would have been.
We can only guess. I mean,
it's going to be E-Barbs.
It's going to be E-Barb Rage Bomber.
Yeah, that would slow you down.
Or E-Barb Rage Collector and Rage.
Collector's actually had a little bit of a comeback lately. I've seen it a couple more. I've seen it twice.
So Collector, there has been, even for myself, some chances to pick it up. Only if it comes out as like the last 2 card. Only if you actually already have a deck that can actually fit okay with the Collector. If it comes out early, then you should not choose it.
Also, you wouldn't want to choose it if you've seen your opponent have something like
lightning or poison,
earthquake,
or minor. There are too many. There are too many counters.
Yep. All right, so we are here. WEDGM Solomon in blue at the bottom. Ponos Yakitori in red at the top. Yakitori playing Royal Hogs here, and a Mini P.E.K.K.A. to serve that bacon.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. with nothing else is actually not too quick on defense.
Interesting that he would leave it to go alone on the defense. Maybe doesn't feel comfortable supporting it to Solomon. Maybe he has something a bit too heavy to throw in the top.
Good shot with those arrows. Yeah. Having arrows would be a good key card against the princess, so you won't get spell cycle.
Battle Healer has been picked up quite a lot in Triple Draft right now.
Yeah,
She's
so
considered a mini tank, but I don't know what's mini about her tanking ability.
her size. That's about it. So bridge spammy with the Battle Healer plus the Bandit. But against the Barbarian Hut, Yakitori is actually okay.
Yeah. And I mean, he has his own mini kind of bridge spam with the Royal Hogs. Put a Valkyrie in front of that and a Princess behind.
So what's the big spell from Solomon? If it was Poison or Earthquake, it should have been used already.
You would think it's probably going to be Rocket at this point. If If it hasn't been played by now, it's probably going to be Rocket.
Or lightning.
Or a lightning. So Royal Hogs comes down. Do we have anything big to defend? Battle Healer is there with the Bandit, but still going to take a lot of hits.
So that was over 700. I believe 700 with the log and the Royal Hogs. So what else are you thinking, Solomon?
Golem.
Win condition, yes.
Golem.
Against the hut.
Yeah, sure. The Bandits, the Barbarians are actually really good against the Golem, but it's still possible to force your way through. But you do need support. And he doesn't really have anything that can go behind the Golem to generate value. There is no Night Witch, there is no Witch, there's no...
Yeah, Battle Healer. That can keep your Golem alive just for a longer period of time. Ooh, that Valkyrie bridge.
Yep.
From Yakitori was clutch.
Yep, distracting everything. There is the Valkyrie with the Royal Hogs coming down, and an earthquake from Yakitori. This looks like it's over here. 25 remaining. There is a log, there is earthquake, there's a princess. There's just too much to handle. Yakitori taking game one.
All right.
Match point
Yes.
against WEDGM. Are we witnessing the biggest upset of this season?
4 games in a row for Ponos. And let's see what the final spell card was. You said rocket. Maybe it actually is a rocket. Who knows? Or like a freeze?
No, you wouldn't
Golem
pick
freeze?
You wouldn't pick freeze. Oh wait,
Never know.
He was so close to getting this perfect.
Never
and then
know.
That Valkyrie just pulled the Battle Healer out of healing range,
Uh-huh.
and then Royal Hogs just come in, say, all right, shut it down. You know, there's a health violation on this Princess Tower. Cuts it down, 25, finishes with a log, but even without the log, Yakitori had a lot of options. It was a poison. All right.
Okay, I thought there were more than few chances for a poison.
Well, I mean, poison isn't the best answer against the Bob Hut, right?
Yeah, along with the Golem though, there could have been, I think there were some options. Well, also, usually you use the poison against the princess when you don't have the right spell, but you had the arrows.
Yeah. So what would
So there was no need.
Yeah. Golem with the poison supporting it. So basically you put the Golem at the bridge. You throw down that poison. That softens everything up. But now you'd need something to finish the barbarians off.
Uh-huh.
That's where like your Night Witch would come in handy.
Or musketeers are okay, but it takes a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't generate their own value, right? Like a Night Witch behind it, they generate the bats. When it dies, the bats are just
You had the mini
oppressive.
P.E.K.K.A. where Solomon was actually sending it to the other side. So maybe Golem as a bait and then sneak in a mini P.E.K.K.A. or a bandit towards the others to make the game better.
That would work, but then you need the Golem and the Battle Healer behind it, because the longer you keep that Golem alive, the more threatening it is as Yakitori.
Mm-hmm.
But Yakitori was just like, it's a Battle Healer, I'll finish you off. Weirdly, that is the weakest I've seen Battle Healer. It just didn't look as intimidating in that triple draft deck as it would have been with other things. Like with the Golem, it doesn't work.
Yeah, Yakitori had lots of slowing down tools, and also the hut basically keeping them out of range into the Princess Tower at all. Arrows were good, but only doing some damage to the tower and getting the princess, which was okay. So you're not caught out of cycle with your own spell. But I think the poison actually kicked in. If it was like lightning, there was certainly a chance where you can pair up, just bring the Golem from all the way from the back, from the King Tower, and then have the lightning with the synergize. That was synergized okay. Actually getting a lot of those single units. Maybe hitting the tower too.
In double elixir, would Solomon's best chance in that matchup be Golem at the bridge and just slow everything down, build up with the battle healers behind it, and try to reach that critical mass of battle healers where they just don't die, with the musketeer and the mini P.E.K.K.A. behind it? There was that possibility of that just overwhelming push, but he could never build it up. But we're going to see what this triple draft has to offer very, very soon. Solomon against Yakatori. Yakatori, match point for Ponos. 2 match points for Ponos in triple draft against Solomon. WEDGM, who were undefeated this season, may be staring their first defeat in the face at the hands of 8th place Ponos.
Okay, so far, just Zappies plus Firecracker. Great against Zappies, but immediately with a bowler.
Yep, and we see the skeleton barrel coming down.
Double barrel! In triple draft.
Looks like he has got a meta deck, but there is an EOS there. That's going to shut that down. But look at the damage those barrel got. 670. You love to see it when you're playing it, but you hate to be against it. Okay, look at that battle healer. Just don't worry, guys.
Didn't it just go below 0 HP?
No. Don't worry, guys. It just tanked the bandit and the stab goblins. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All right, Firecracker play down the left. Arrows come in.
Goodbye.
Yeah, this is looking like Yakatori's game. It looks as though Ponos might actually win because this, I'm going to say, is about 70-30 for Ponos.
Okay, minor EWIS bandit, so there are some dash potential, but bowler is going to be one defensive card for Yakitori that works for all.
Yeah,
So still waiting on the small spell,
Yeah,
and it's not log or barbarian barrel for sure.
because it would have been used
Yes.
already. It's probably
It's like a delivery or something.
delivery is a good shout. Yeah, 205 remains, so Yakitori definitely has a big spell.
Expo.
And then the battle healer will just eat Expo shots for days. Lightning is Yakitori's last card, and Solomon is like, well, could have used that on my other side and finished my tower, but
Yeah,
save it
Expo's
for
a
a
win
little
condition,
bit.
but barrel left and right. And delivery on the left. So
Good
it has to
shout.
choose one. The right side is basically gone. Yakitori can finish it with the lightning anyhow, so left side it is.
Yep, poison does come down. That's going to help a little bit, but once that battle healer starts eating those hits, it kind of just slows everything down. Beautiful lightning.
Disappeared.
I'm sure I didn't see a bandit there. I think
I
it
heard
was
the
my-
whistle.
No, it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Ice was played at the back. Solomon is getting some damage done, but I mean...
830, and Yakitori's can also finish it with an arrow. Ponos! Their first win against the best team in the league at the moment.
The renaissance of Ponos begins here. 8th place Ponos beating first place WEDGM. The Twitterverse most definitely will be blowing up right now because Japanese fans of Clash Royale have been saying for a long time that Ponos needs
Very
a win.
long time.
Hashtag Ponos win. That's the... Look at that. That barrel was just...
Yeah, double barrel with this type of deck with the bowler in a triple draft.
It's dirty.
It's actually, I would believe it, maybe without the Zappies, I would actually believe it to be a ladder deck or like a Grand Challenge deck.
It could definitely be, but like 22 HP, you have arrows, you have too much.
And win condition Expo, other than the Expo was pretty cheap, and yeah, having delivery to keep that Expo alive, I think that was a good pair for the spell, but
He just didn't have the tools to deal with what Yakitori picked.
yeah, you had to have some type of building, not Expo like the bomb tower, plus something like a Zap, Log, Bar Barrel against the Goblin Barrel and the Skeleton Barrel. It was tough. Is Yakitori the TPD player for Ponos? Can he stick? It's only one game, but I think he can go on a roll from here.
Maybe Ponos' season starts now because they had KK reverse sweep, and then they had Yakitori manhandle Solomon in that last game. just... I didn't even know Ponos was capable of winning this season, but they have proved me wrong. Ponos
Yes.
finally gets that W on the board. Their morale right now is probably the highest it has been all year.
Yeah, we could have had a bigger gap in standing on top and bottom. Now it's gotten closer towards the middle because of this win.
I think they're equal, no? I think first and second place are now equal.
We have to look at the set count and everything.
Yeah.
I think we
Oh wait,
have to count
TT
it down.
Gaming. TT Gaming
They
lost,
lost,
so they
yes.
lost too. So yeah, I'd forget my head if it wasn't
Yeah,
screwed up.
still, what makes it tougher is that not all the teams have the same number of matches.
Yeah.
So that also makes
The matches played is a little bit wonky right now,
Yep.
but by the end of this weekend,
2 more days.
2 more days,
Mhm.
we will find out who is going into that upper winners bracket and who is going into that single elimination losers bracket. Ooh.
Oh, but finally we got to see WEDGM. They seemed
Undefeatable.
undefeatable, undestroyable, and every other word you would say to describe them as invincible, basically. But they're all human, and they're all players, and Ponos finally bringing them down. Maybe other teams also was able to see, okay, they actually struggle in this time apart.
Yeah. Like, could this be the crack in the armor that stops WEDGM's dominant season? Like, they lose to Ponos, and other teams watching are like, wait.
Okay, this works okay against them.
This looks like it will beat this player. Oh, it looks like it's going to be this weakness of WEDGM. And then you can investigate. You can look at the plays. You can see where where KK was playing his slots in King of the Hill. Like, where was he putting units? Where was the heat map? Where all this information is available to them. So they get to study all of that. Today's results. Team Timing 1, Kicks 2. Ice Law coming in clutch again. Vav Gaming versus TTG. Vav Gaming solidifying their place there.
With Kenzameshi and Jack bringing set 2 and 3. And you've seen it, Ponos.
Kicks 4 and 1. Yeah, baby. All right, WEDGM and Kicks team now joint top 4 and 1. TTG 4 and 2. Vav Gaming 3 and 2. That is right now who is going to the winner's side of the bracket. Then it's Team Timing, Nova Esports, Talon and Ponos. Talon and Ponos now equal in score.
Yep, except for the difference we do have to count those in. And still, yeah, Team Timing actually played 6 matches, so 1 more for them. So less chances for them to be in top 4, but still for Vav Gaming, Kicks, WEDGM, only 5 matches. So 2 more matches tomorrow and the day after.
Yeah, so tomorrow's matches, it's going to be Nova Esports versus Vav. That one's going to be explosive. Talon versus WEDGM. WEDGM's weakness has been shown to be teams in the bottom 8th place. Does that extend to 7th place? We'll find out when Talon goes in. And I missed the last game.
I have the paper. The last game, Ponos versus Kicks. So Kicks, if they win 1 more, they go on top. And if WEDGM, if they lose to Talon, that's a flip in top 1st place and 2nd place.
Ooh.
Yeah, so big moments can happen tomorrow, even before the last day.
I am super, super excited for more Clash Royale League East special season action tomorrow. That's getting to be a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, and then also the music stops us from rolling from time, you know?
Doesn't mean anything, but today has been fantastic. We've seen 1st place lose to 8th place. We've seen Kicks jump up a spot. We've seen, it's been so good. Don't forget, join us tomorrow.
Same time.
Same time for more Clash Royale League action. We'll see you next time.